Good afternoon. Diffs, welcome in. Bart, welcome. Surprise Sunpressa, welcome. Hope you're all doing well, guys. No, I didn't, sadly. No, and they said it was gonna run for 24 hours, and then it's got turned off. So it's like, ugh. How annoying. I still wanted to have a shot of it though, Diffs. They lied about the 24 hours. They lied, Diffs. Shush. That's our story and we're sticking to it. Two six. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host, Michael the Dark Lawrence, and welcome to another episode of The Darkness here on Twitch and YouTube. Hope everyone's doing well. It's the 13th chat, Friday. Sadly, no playtests for us to play 1,000 players because CIG lied and didn't give it 24 hours, you know? Shocking behavior, CIG. Always giving the Americans all the stuff. All that jazz. Spooky season coming early? Yeah, we've got Pirate coming up on the 17th, which is awesome. And yeah, looking forward to seeing that, because obviously the blockade event, I'm actually very interested in getting the guys involved, because the cool thing about the blockade event, if you're a criminal, you can actually get a mission to go and sell stuff at other locations. So not only do you kill NPCs and players to get their stuff, but yeah, it's gonna be sick. Little bit of combat. We'll see how it goes though, because like nobody's fucking playing them. But yeah, that's that. It's kind of a bit disappointed. No playtest. Boo. That's about it, really. Like, now with all the other sort of like stuff that came out, it's like, man, just can't be bothered with the game right now. I want all that juicy stuff that we're meant to be getting. I was just about, it was just about showing up. You could barely do anything. Oh, yeah, I was watching Berks and, like, on the 1,000 players, like, people couldn't do anything and stuff like that. Yeah, I get that, you know. I get that. Ooh. I'm gonna watch this again, though, chat. Hey, Glitch, how you doing?
The RSI Zeus is steadily working its way through the ship pipeline to its intended release.
So good.
And on this week's show, we'll take a look at 2 of its variants, as well as the new MFD rework that you've seen glimpses of here and there. It's a multifunctional show. Let's get to it.
Again, if CIG gets, like, all the data from it, and it improves, obviously, like, 4.0 and stuff like that, obviously, they don't need to go to 1,000 players, but if they can work out how to get, like, 500... that would be pretty cool. Hey, Kush, how you doing, dude? All I need is 324.2 now. I don't give a shit about 324.1 at all. I just want this, the MFD changes, all that jazz. Hey Sam, how's things?
The RSI Zeus Mark II is a reimagining of the original RSI Zeus. The Zeus was the first mass-made human exploration ship that was capable of doing quantum travel.
We didn't want to just make the Zeus again.
Again, like, obviously, we watched this yesterday when it came out. The profile on this ship is incredible. I'm doing well, Sam. Thanks for asking. How's things with you? It's just, man. So good. So good.
We wanted to kind of pay homage to what made the Zeus important, what made it iconic back then. We wanted to kind of give that an update and kind of bring it up to modern day visuals and you know, make sure it really feels RSI.
It's RSI style, but we feel it's almost a improvement upon the style. It's sort of an evolution of the style.
I would agree, like, no joke. RSI, when it first came out, was... I mean, Aurora, right? Even the Auroras had a rework a while back, obviously. But ever since they brought out the Scorpius, now I'm not an X-Wing fan or a Star Wars fan, but I really like the Scorpius and the cockpit and how it all works and stuff like that. And I'm very excited to see how, like, Polaris and Zeus is going to be.
And so players will appreciate the consistency with other RSI ships,
Polaris, I'm
but you
very
can see
excited
the
to see
technological
later this year.
advancement of RSI.
I hope they do redo the Connies, yeah.
You may remember the Zeus from our episode in Jump Points a few weeks ago on Inside Star Citizen.
Hey, Test Battle.
It was very good.
It was very good, Jared tells me. The Zeuses are a great stepping stone ship. So you've got your starter ship originally.
So beautiful.
You've dipped your toes in a few gameplay loops.
I love where the thrusters are placed. Like, it's proper, like, where it's going to turn it around and stuff. It's just really fucking good.
And you just want to be able to do a bit more. The Zeuses allow you to do that with some friends.
So yeah, it supports up to 3 crew members, but you can fly it yourself if you want.
Took 1 year to build it, yeah, but it was a brand new team learning how to do things, Astral. You gotta give them a little bit of fucking credit for that. This is their first ever ship as a team, and look how it fucking turned out. So yeah, who fucking cares if it took a year if that's the state of it? The standard, it doesn't need to be ever fucking redone. Like, look at it that way. It's a ship that's come out that doesn't need to be redone.
And if you've got a buddy, they can man the turrets.
The Zeuses, for me, are probably some of the best looking ships we've ever produced for Star Citizen. I think they really set a new visual standard in both their shape and style. So when...
Well, again, it's the Montreal's... It's a new team in the Montreal that this is their first ship working on. And yeah, it took a year because they're learning how to do all this stuff for Star Citizen. And to be fair, if every ships came out at this standard now... if it's fine, like, you know what I mean? Start getting more teams together and stuff. Because once they've done it and they do it in a year, then they start doing it in like 8 months. And then they start doing it in 6 months, right?
We released the Zeus. It comes with both the ES and the CL, both together in the same.
But we also don't know if they've not been working on another ship. Maybe they also did the Polaris at the same time. So if they did the Zeus and the Polaris and something else that I know about, which I can't tell you about, you know what I mean? A year's fine.
Same patch. The ES is the exploration-focused variant of the Zeus, so it has a modest-sized cargo bay, larger hydrogen and quantum fuel tanks, a larger radar, and a more spacious living area. The CL, the cargo version, maximizes its cargo capacity. It does that by shunting the sort of central bulkhead towards the front of the ship, so that increases the cargo capacity from 32 to...
Yeah, I'll probably be using the CL until the MR. I got the MR just purely because I don't really need to carry this amount of cargo, but also I like the idea that it's got top and bottom guns.
To 128 SCU, at the expense of just really cramming in the living quarters.
I didn't even really care about the interdictor stuff.
The exterior of the Zeus ES has got that very kind of iconic RSI arrowhead shape.
We tried to stick to what was like the homage that the concept made of the first Zeus.
It keeps the kind of central fuselage. You've got this big kind of central mass with these lovely kind of quite fast and aggressive looking wings.
Exactly. Again, like, but again, we have to try and understand that they may have not just done one ship in a year as a team. This might be their first ship, but there might be other ships that they also did, right?
And they kind of just help to make it feel quite aggressive and quite sharp, which I think builds on what RSI as a brand are kind of really about.
The big details on the flat surfaces, the mix of materials, I think is very well balanced.
I'm still a massive fan of the underside. Undersides of our ships sometimes get a little bit underlooked or overlooked. Yeah, but I think the underside, the belly, originally the plan was for it to be kind of completely smooth and completely all one surface, but as we started to work it up, the artists that were working on it were kind of like, oh yeah, can we add a little bit of recesses, can we add a little bit of relief into this shape, just to kind of help.
Man, it's so good. I kind of want an RSI fighter that looks like a Zeus. You know what I mean? Like a small, it's like maybe Avenger Titan size, but it literally looks like this, but you go in the back kind of thing, you know? You also can't discount that they might have spent 9 months building out their shipbuilding toolbox. Yeah, exactly. Like, the thing is, though, is like a lot of, I've seen, obviously you guys are not going on about it, or be negative towards it. There's a lot of people being like, oh my god, they took a year to do this ship. And it's like, yeah, if I was learning to be a carpenter or a plumber and stuff, I ain't going to be able to produce something really good after a fucking year. I might be able to do the job, but I ain't going to know how to get around certain things. And if this was your first ever ship, fucking good job. Because it's one of the best fucking ships I've seen in 12 years. It actually has 100% functionality on day one. And we're not talking about flight, balance of weapons or anything. It just works as a multi-crew ship. It doesn't have any fluff. It just does what you need it to do, and it looks fucking good doing it.
Help building the believability, and I think it was a real success.
So weaponry-wise,
it's a shame
across
more
all
of the teams can't produce
the
something like that, especially the ones that have been doing this for years. That's one way you've got to look at it. It's kind of a bit of a shame that a brand new team can do this in a year, but the guys who've been at the stuff for 10 years are still producing shite.
Access to twin size 4 guns.
Enemy down.
And the side seats have access to the remote turrets.
And the new UIs are just so good.
When we look at the difference between
Has the tractor beam thing here changed? I've rarely ever used the tractor beam. I actually need to spend more time with it. But this does look a little bit better. Does it have the sort of line going around to show the sphere? With the joints,
the ES and the cargo. With the cargo,
well, you can already see here.
A little bit more.
We showed this yesterday, but that is really good. I mean, for you actually be able to get right in behind and position and stuff, it just saves so much time. Well, hopefully. I mean, again, we got to fucking, test it out for ourselves.
Structure and believability into the exterior of the ship. This is supposed to carry a lot more weight, so we want to kind of bulk up the main structural points.
Was anybody that's joining, did anybody get to play? Again, I only watched Burks last night, but did anybody actually get to play the 1000 server? And how did it feel? Like, apart from the laggy stuff, like, because obviously that was the stutter sort of thing with 1000. But before it got to 1000, what was 500 like? Because I only tuned in when people were on 1000. Played is another thing. Well, yeah, I should rephrase that. Where was it? Did it feel like it was working, even with the lag? You weren't able to leave our. What number did they reach to before it started to collapse? Like where everything started to be very slow. Did we get past like 200-300 with it being okay? Fucking always CIG doing these tests at such a stupid time. The issue was anything above 300 desync was unbearable. So we're only at like 300. To be honest, 300 in Pyro, 300 in Stanton, 300 at Daymar, 300 at other locations like that would be fine, right? Just network bottlenecks. Well, again, before we get 4.0, if they can get it to where it's like stable 500, that is more than plenty for me. Because again, think about it. 500 on Crusader, 500 at Hurston, 500 at Microtech, 500 at Pyro 1, 500... You know what I mean? Like, that would be really fucking cool. Because it's 500 people on one server and you're... Obviously, you weren't able to, like, mesh across and stuff like that. Hey, Reds now, how's things? Still pretty cool, though. It's a big number. 300 is pretty decent if that was the last sort of point before it started to lag. I was kind of hoping that we'd see, like, a stable 800, but I guess I was just dreaming at that point. 500, 350. 350 was almost like live. Well, to be fair, I look at that as a win. If we've got 350 in a solar system, again, it's another fucking 250 players, Hey, Iron Files, good morning, dude. 500 shards, 6 servers handling 1000, yeah. Hopefully we've got enough data, right? Yeah, exactly. We used to have fucking under 30 and stuff, so it was 4 DGS. Did they try 350 on a 6 DGS? Or did they just go straight to fucking 1,000 on 6 DGS? Again, such a silly time to fucking run it. Oh god. It's dedicated gaming server or gaming shards. It's dedicated something, if I remember. People were trapped in beds and habs on trains. The best thing was on the night the trains were major landing zones were doubled, quadrupled. Dedicated game server, yeah, so that was right first time. 750 was also on it. Right, so we didn't try anything else? Okay. See, the thing is, though, if it was collapsing, if you're saying, so, 350 was 4 DGS and you said that was fine, so maybe if they push it to, like, 5 dedicated servers, and that's what we got for 4.0, that would be pretty cool. Why don't they do 6? Because they're looking at cost effective, Bart, that's why. What they're doing right now is not so much, like, the system works, right? What CIG are trying to figure out now is how many servers can we run with a certain amount of people without breaking the bank, you know what I mean? How much is a server to run? You don't want to fucking know. You don't want to know how much it is to run Star Citizen. It's a lot of money, that's for sure. Because it's not just us playing the game, it's the databases and the logins and all that stuff. Obviously, they'll probably have a deal with Amazon and stuff like that. And most of it's like cloud anyway. But again, it's not just like $15. Look at it this way. It's probably about $20 per player per server, I would imagine. And that's just a rough ballpark number just now. The 350 was playable, but the trains and elevators were still a death trap. Was RMQ running? Per month, probably. It won't be $20 per player per year per server. No fucking way. Guys, again, it costs like on most shitty games, it's like $1 per player per month. And we're talking about a game like Star Citizen. It's like $10 to $20 per player per month. Per server. Right? Yeah, but you can't compare any fucking game that you're playing like Minecraft and shit like that, like something like Star Citizen did. It's a completely different ball game. Again, most games like Minecraft, Terraria, Ark, Rust, anything like that, it's like a $1 per month per player on the server. So you're roughly like 30 player server is $30 a month. But we are talking about Star Citizen. It's going to be at least $10 to $20 per player per server per month. To run something like that. Again, it's the same with MMOs. MMOs cost a lot of money to run per month. That's why sometimes they go down to where you have to pay $20 a month to get subscription and stuff like that. Or $10. It's like, again, we'll need to see, right? And people want custom servers. You'll never get private servers, dude. People are fucking dreaming at that shit. They'll most likely get a fucking planet, and that's the private server. There's no way you're gonna get private Star Citizen. Anyway, that's pretty cool. If we can get CIG to have 350 players per server, and it's stable without any of the issues that Savad is talking about here, I think that's a win. I would say that's a win. Because again, when you transfer between Hurston and Microtech, that could be a server swap. So it's a brand new 350 people you're interacting with. You go to Crusader, a different 350 people. You go to Pyro, it's a different 350 people. I think that's a good starting block, personally. 1,000 is a bit fucking crazy, but it would be the dream, right? They're using top-of-the-line servers. My business has 6 dedicated servers at a major data center for trading purposes, and they run 50k per month per server. Yeah, so there we go. Look at that. That's what you're sort of working with, guys. Like, people think running Star Citizen is cheap. It's not cheap at all. So CIG will be doing a big test to try and find out where we can go with it being stable with the maximum amount of people that it is stable, cost effective, so they're not booting up extra servers and shards and whatever they have in their system to run it, you know what I mean? Because again, it's not even release, and they will most likely be using a lot of money from people who subscribe monthly to pay for this stuff. But again, this is where like people go, oh my god, another ship sale. Yeah, without a ship sale, we don't have servers, we don't have the game, all these things. Like, CIG can't pull money out of their fucking assholes and pay for nearly 1,000 staff. They have it on the website, it's between 301 or 501 to 1,000 staff. At average of 35 to 40,000 per annual. Yeah, it's and we're not even talking about marketing. Marketing is barely spending anything because content creators practically do it for them for free. When you cross server lines, the global chat reset and started over. They knew it was an issue, but it was pretty cool. Yeah, see, I like that. I like that it, like, chat would disappear. I still think they should get rid of global chat and just make local chat within, like, the closest 1,000 or something like that. So when you're actually interacting with people, you know who's near you, kind of thing. They got 840 or something like that attached into the thing. Yeah, but again, it's on the actual Cloud Imperium thing. It's between 501 and 1,000. So, yeah. Still pretty cool. Pretty cool. I hope we're going to see more tests.
So we've got some large additional bracing down the center. And then the other
very
thing
giddy
that a
about
cargo
it.
version is going
Kind
to
of sad I
require
didn't get to actually try it myself, but it sounds like it literally came to a halt.
Thrusters at the rear that allow.
Currently just under 1,000 staff. We will say 50k average salary. Well, again, intern probably 35, 40 to begin with. 50k, but yeah, 50k average, 50 million per year in salary, not including taxes, rentals. Exactly, like people are fucking, and you know what I mean. And then we have servers. So again, with what Sivad is saying, 6 dedicated servers at 50k per month. You know, depending on what Star Citizen's running. Say maybe not top of the line or it's reduced back. Say it's like 20k per month per server or something like that. You know what I mean? Like the money adds up massively. And people are like, oh, but CIG are getting positive sales every year. It's like, good, because if it dips underneath, we're fucked. We're really fucked. CIG needs to get a win from Squadron 42. Or Star Citizen doesn't go anywhere. This was we had a 800 player test. I think it was like at the end of last year or at the start of this year. We had a really good one that worked, and we also had a couple that fucked up and weren't good. The only server meshing test that I've been on, it had 400 people on it, Bart. And it was flawless. It was absolutely flawless. However, it was back when we had the 322 model in the game. It was just as we moved over to 323, and they did a test, but it was like previous model and stuff like that. But obviously, they're testing more things instead of it just being where it was just active. That was just where it was turned on, and 400 felt really good. But I'm pretty sure CIG are turning on more things, like we've got RMQ and all the other stuff that goes right over my head on all the stuff they're working on right now for the future of it. Trade centers are not a good comparison. You're paying for location of the servers. That's why the cost is too high. Yeah, but again, servers ain't cheap too. You can't turn around and say, well, a server for Star Citizen costs CIG like $100 a month, $1 per player. It ain't fucking that. You would be an absolute imbecile if you think it's that low. And I'm not saying you are saying that. I'm saying that people on Spectrum seem to think that it's very cheap to run a server like Star Citizen. It's not cheap at all. And especially when they're trying to push between, you know, our current 100 to 1,000, they're trying to find it where it works, but also cost effective where they're not having to run as many servers. So if they can get it near to 1,000 players, that's a win for them, because it means that it's less actual servers they need to run. Because if you think about it, you need to run 10 servers in our current state to do something that maybe only takes them 1 server in the future. That's a fucking win. But again, it needs to work. It can't be like where it was coming to a halt and stuff like that, so. The engine is based on, it's not Lumberyard at all, dude. You can't call it Lumberyard anymore. It's the same as you can't call it CryEngine. CIG have been creating their own system within the system for like 5-6 years now. It's Star Engine. It's a highly modified version of Cry. That's it. It's probably got nothing to do with Lumberyard anymore in it whatsoever. Again, CIG have been spending a lot of time building tools to interact with their own system. It used to be CryEngine, it used to be Lumberyard, but now it's Star Engine, which, again, you'll find very little traces of Lumberyard and Cry in it now. It'll be very, very highly modified. Many improvements that could be applied to Lumberyard. Oh, of course, yeah. Like, CIG can, like, sell Star Engine down the line for certain things, like for the ability to have, like, the open space and stuff like that. But I don't know if many companies would actually buy it. It all depends on what kind of size of game they're doing. It's based on Lumberyard, which means integration with AWS, but a lot of stuff can be integrated with AWS that's not Lumberyard, though, devs. There's games out there right now, like Lost Ark, that has nothing to do with Lumberyard, and they're integrated into AWS. Yeah, exactly, Lou. Exactly. You can say that it used to be part of these things, but you know what I mean? You can take a Subaru, take the shell off it, and put it on top of a fucking Mini. Is it a Subaru or is it a Mini at the end of the day?
I'd kind of take off, and those kind of downward pointing thrusters have grown in size. And
see, I really hope that with these extra thrusters here, because the CL gets these extra juicers at the back, I have a feeling the CL will pitch better
that, you know, this atmosphere can lift a bit more weight than the base version.
The ES. Just because it's got extras.
So if we start at the front of the ship, it's quite a tight space. One of the things that we kind of really realised early on with the vehicle is that we crammed a lot of stuff into the space that we had.
Well, the thing is, the Zeus is going to be one hell of a flyer in atmosphere when we get cross-sections, because have you noticed that CIG have actually rounded off the belly and the side paneling underneath the ship? Pretty fucking cool.
Play with. So the cockpit is quite
I don't know
tight.
if that was
nice
intentional,
kind of 3-person cockpit up the front.
But this thing should
the seating arrangement
be beautiful to fly in
shape
ammo.
That we see on the exterior of the ship, and that.
Yeah, the Benny, Dr. Benny thing. Yeah, they've been doing it all year with the thing. It's really cool. I like it.
Just helps to make the pilot have the important up front seat, but also just ties everything together a little bit, which is lovely.
Well, the cool thing about the CL and the ES and the MR is that the weight is in the back of it. So when you're planing through atmosphere, your nose is constantly up, and with the rounded bodywork, Rock, it actually is really good. It's the same as our old-fashioned shuttles. Our shuttles coming through atmosphere are incredible. I know we don't use them anymore because rockets do a better job at landing and stuff, but the old NASA shuttle is actually a fucking work of art for actually breaking atmosphere. Very, very fucking clever. I'm doing well, Capitalist. Welcome in.
back through the ship. We go into the airlock and the engineering area. This area changed quite a bit during the
ships realistically would have... No, they got 2 giant fucking rudders on each wing, dude. What are you talking about?
We opened this space up a little bit. We took out one of the bulkheads. One of the things we realized as we kind of got into production was that there was maybe a few too many doors. This really was the ideal place to kind of remove one of those and open that area up a little bit. So we've got this engineering section that has the kind of main docking collar.
It's a mix of CryEngine
and also has...
Again, it's a mix of it, but if you were to pull everything apart on Star Engine, how much of it would you actually find under the hood, you know? At best, a stabilizer. Yeah, but again, for coming through space, Lou, into atmosphere, it's literally like our old shuttles, you know? Is this thing going to be able to dogfight in atmosphere? No, I just said it would fly really well in atmosphere. If we're talking about fucking hard, you know, left and right banks, no. But this thing should come through atmosphere at speed and be able to plane really nicely and then land. All depends on how they do the control surfaces, obviously. So for whoever was talking about game hosting, just looking at the cost of hosting a 100-player BR style game on AWS, which is what CIG hosts SE on, is 264,000. And that is monthly. There we go, right? So Midge is showing you how much it costs to run a server, or like an estimate, right? That's a lot of money, guys. That means that CIG really need to start getting us down onto a one-server system to cut costs. Yeah, it's an estimate. And that's a lot of money. People don't realize how much it is to run a game like Star Citizen, even in a test development like this. CIG will take us to 1,000 and bring us back to like hopefully a working 400, 500 player. Because they won't want to spend a 1,000-player server if it becomes a stuttering fucking heap of mess, right? But also, they don't want to keep doing 10 servers of fucking 265k per month as a rough estimate. They'll probably have a really good deal, I would imagine, with AWS. I would probably actually imagine that CIG have got it down to 150k per server per month. And that will probably be, again, between 100 to maybe 2,000 players. I would think they've got a good deal. Because if Star Citizen works, it's very good promotion for AWS servers for MMOs, right? And we know that they were working with Lumberyard, so I would imagine like CIG are like this with AWS, right? They'll have a really good deal. It won't be like if you and I were going to go and get a 100-player BR, right? We would be getting the maximum get fucked price, but CIG will have some juicer. Yeah. Exactly, yeah, Lou, yeah. So I think there's I don't think the contract will be like a 6-month lease or 12-month lease. I'm pretty sure they'll have like a fucking cheeky discount that maybe is a 10-year discount. Because that if I was going to work with AWS, Lumberyard, all these sort of things, I wouldn't be looking at short-term lease contracts where they're going to get the benefit of it. I'd be doing like a 10 to 20-year fucking contract set up. Obviously with terms and breaching conditions and stuff like that, but... was it discussed as a 10-year? Yeah. So again there, like 10 years and... oh yeah, of course we're still edging on the Zeus. It's so fucking beautiful. Like I can't think of anything else right now apart from Zeus and MFDs right now, Eric. But yeah, like CIG will definitely have some really good deal. I don't think they would have been able to do it without a good deal, to be honest. You also have different hardware server, like cloud, instant virtual servers. Yeah. They'll be renting both, yeah. Again, it's not cheap. Like even you can't be somebody like on Spectrum that says it's going to cost like CIG $100 a month per server. That's just fucking stupidity. That's something like if you're trying to run a Rust server or something like that, or a Minecraft server or something, you know. Like, running MMOs is a costly business. It's the same thing with why you still have to subscribe to World of Warcraft. That's just to run the service. That's all it is. It's not that they make enough money off account sales and stuff like that to run servers. The monthly fee you pay is basically so you can play on a fucking server. $5,600 per month, 6-7. A shopping price, just small. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Again, if people go and look at AWS or any like major cloud company and stuff like that, it's fucking insane, man. Like it literally is an insane business. Gib ages Bearcat. But where's my Bearcat?
The ladder exit. So we've got our kind of 2 front exits on the vehicle. And then as we go back through the corridor section, we have like a bit of a crossroads. So you can either go into the kitchen area, which still has its nice window and looks out and it's beautiful and perfect. Or on the right, we've got the habitation area where we've got 3 beds, toilet, a nice little seating area, lockers, and everything you need really in terms of a hab.
Oh, it's great business for Amazon, yeah.
Get out.
And then as we go into the back of the ship, that's really where we get to our larger ship components and our cargo area.
I like that, like, I know a lot of people don't like struts and bulkheads and stuff like that, but for somebody like me, it makes perfect sense to have bulkheads shown, just because, again, we're talking about flying around in space, going through different atmospheres and stuff like that. You want to have it where your ship doesn't fucking go down to the Titanic and go, right? Heaven forbid we go down to the Titanic in a fucking tin can, right? Fucking hell.
With the cargo version, the Clipper, there's obviously a lot more.
Isn't there another nut job from the same company trying to do it again? And I'm just like, oh my god. Here we go. Get ready for the next fucking popping in.
More space dedicated to cargo compared to the base version. To achieve that, what we've had to do is adjust.
There's not enough money that would get me into one of those fucking things, that's for sure. The OG guy is planning to go again? Nah. Like, submarines thing? Nah. Put me into space. Fly me in the atmosphere. Fly me around. But underground and under fucking deep water is just like, nah. If we were meant to be down there, we'd fucking grow gills. At least in space, I'm gonna get a good view, but no fucking way. Oh yeah. That's what, you know that NASA, this is a funny thing that I didn't know about, Savad, but NASA actually used to be a program that was designed for people to go underwater first. And then they changed over to being space because it was too difficult to do the ocean. So NASA changed over to leading space stuff. Fucking crazy. And I didn't know that NASA began as people going into the ocean. Every 30 feet meters down is like one plus. Yeah, fucking hell. Like, again, I would rather die in space than die in the dark of the ocean. Fuck that shit. You know, if I'm gonna, obviously you don't fucking implode in space and all that weird shit that they've always done. You sort of like melt out, basically boil in a bag. I would rather go through that than fucking, you know. Actually, no. Maybe popping in the underwater would probably be better. Yeah, but then when I die, I would get a view. It's instant. Yeah, it's instant at that depth of water, but in space, it's going to be more painful, but you do get a final nice view. You know. Yeah, probably just go for the popping, to be honest. Yeah, it's not, yeah, exactly. It's not, you're boiling cold, it's not hot. Unfortunately, 100 meters is not instant. No, fuck that. No, no, no. What's the depth you have to get to where you fucking instantly just implode? I can't remember when it starts, what depth you get to. But yeah, if you're talking about 100 meters down, fuck that shit. You're gonna ejaculate and shit yourself before you die. It's being able... Have you guys seen that guy that was like a dancer or a fighter and he goes down to ridiculous fucking depths and can hold his breath and he's like long-haired, well-built. I can't remember the name of him. It's like fucking Jesus underwater kind of shit. That guy is insane, man. Absolutely insane. I think it's meters because it comes to the... Yeah. Oh yeah. Like, it's... Yeah, as Savad said, it depends on how you got there. You can't just trickle... You don't implode if you just trickle down. Like a certain speed. It's if you're going faster than, yeah, again, mass.
The rear layout of the ships.
We had to rearrange the components so that they're closer up to the doorway.
Yeah, exactly.
And we had to move the weapon locker from the corridor into the actual cargo hold. So there was a lot of rearranging.
But what that does buy us is enough space to fit the kind of extra cargo in. We've also had to sacrifice some of the kitchen area.
See, for me, I think losing that silly kitchen area.
So there was a lot of rearranging.
But
makes
what that
so
does
much more
buy us
sense,
is enough
right?
space to fit the kind of extra cargo in.
They have allowed the CL to have access to components still with full load now? Yeah. But again, I still wouldn't have these little green boxes now. Don't we have air spaces in our skulls? Oh, yeah. But you've got air in between your... it's not cartilage. It's, like the honeycomb of your actual bones and stuff like that. I can't remember what it's actually called. It's the brittle part within it. Well, yeah, lungs have spaces, sinuses, yeah, marrow. Yeah, inside like the marrow and stuff like that, the honeycomb, there's meant to be like air inside as it's, you know, trapped within and stuff like that. It's a very small amount, but yeah, it's pretty cool.
We've also had to sacrifice some of the kitchen area.
Anatomy is awesome to look into. I used to work as, I started to train as a scrub nurse, private hospital many fucking years ago, worked in SSD, all that kind of stuff. And watching people get cut open for like breast augments and stuff like that, most people go like, ooh, don't like it. For me, I'm like, amazing. You know, watching people get fat sucked out of them and opened up and knee replacements and shit like that. It's obviously lots of bloody and gory and stuff like that, but yeah, it's fascinating to me, that shit.
And you lose the sofa and the nice seating area, but again, on the positives, we get much more cargo space, which for kind of a dedicated cargo ship is the most important thing.
You'll notice that on the floor, there'll be blue trimming.
Right now, I just don't see the point in the ES. To be honest, I just don't see what we need the ES for.
Exactly where the player can place cargo. It'll be a lot easier for the player to know where you can access the components versus where you can place cargo on the sides.
The only thing I can see the ES being really good for is when we actually have a reason to travel around places and stuff like that, because they talked about it being hydrogen. You get extra hydrogen fuel, which is not quantum fuel. So we don't know if the ES can warp longer than the CL. I would highly recommend an upgrade from a C1 to a Zeus CL. And then if you like the C1, buy it in game. That's no joke. Right now, the way I would be advertising this, the Zeus CL does a much better job than a C1, but if you like the C1, buy it in game. It's the Zeus, Mr. B. The Zeus. And if you're working as my Zeus crew, you have to wear Zeus armor, by the way. Mandatory.
This has been a great first
I want the MR
ship from...
For me, Obviously, Iron Fuzz, I have an MR, which is not coming out this year, or maybe it'll come out later this year. But if I was to choose between the ES and CL, it's CL 100%. The ES has one more shield and more hydrogen fuel, but the CL has a tractor beam and bigger cargo space. So it's like one extra size 2 shield ain't gonna stop you from getting splatter cannoned. And they both have the same defenses. Like, as in armaments, I should say. 2 size 4 for the pilot and 2 size 3 for the gunner. Only the MR has a secondary turret on the top. I'm wondering how they'll sell the... Most likely when Bounty Hunting 2.0 comes out, or something like that. But then obviously with the MR and the ES, you use a lot of cargo space. Again, the CL is 120 SCM. That is insane for something this small. Yeah, the MR could be at the end of this year or next year. Is it 128? There we go. A tractor beam that works? Well, that's a different question, Vaporizer. You know what I mean? It's like anything in Star Citizen. It looks good, but functionality we won't know until 324.2 PTU. Watch as it fucking picks up the ship at the same time. You extend the tractor beam out and it picks up the fucking ship. That's what I'm expecting from it. You're fucking moving your own ship with the tractor beam on the back because it's on a little fucking arm and it probably has different physics to the actual ship. So yeah. Yeah, I definitely think the CL is probably one of the best ships to get for like a small player doing stuff. We can fling ourselves? Yeah. That's how you get into space first. You pull out the tractor beam, lift up the ship, point it up, hold the right click, launch it, and then you activate your engines. That's how we get into atmosphere with the CL.
Concept to release for the Montreal vehicle team.
This is one ship that took an entire year to build. Like, the amount of work that goes into these ships is insane, both in art and design.
They built on kind of what they'd learned with the cutters and really just done a fantastic job in taking what was
so cool.
The original vision of the ship and really delivering it in something that I think it looks great. It should.
Yeah, but only, again, Lou, you've got 2 MFDs on your helmet in the new system. So you have 4 MFDs. It's the same with Scorpius. Scorpius has 4 MFDs. You can literally put self-status and target up on your HUD and then have power and other things down below.
Play great, and I think they just did a fantastic job across the board.
To me, you know, the final product shows.
But then you've also got somebody that plays as an engineer, and they're doing other things for you as well. So again, like, you only need 2 MFDs, self-status and targeting. If you need anything else, you can just change it on the fly.
In any other game that can come close to the level of detail, the amount of thought that got put into every button, every
Yeah, but again, with the helmet, guys, you've got 4. So if you've got a Scorpius or a Zeus or anything like that, we're literally about to see it in the next segment here. You literally have the ability to customize your top left and right of your helmet, that even when you're looking around, you still have that data. So you would always do self-status and targeting.
Everything, you know, is in its place.
So the Zeus is another great addition to the fleet of ships in Star Citizen, and being RSI, it obviously has that special touch, sharing the name with our company and founder. And we are excited to see this ship set foot in the verse and push along the RSI style ahead of a big year for RSI ships.
Ships don't set foot, John, they fly.
Got little feet.
Just being argumentative.
Yeah, there's no need. You would always do like scan and scan and power, because the thing with power is it shows your emissions. You're always gonna have this. But however, in the top left of self status on your HUD helmet also shows your emissions.
The MFDs and the ship HUD and the PU, it's old.
And the actual UI itself is very small. One color, they're all in one color. Text is too small to read.
It's very samey, right? It has a bunch of stuff on it that you don't really use.
Not very new user-friendly.
Any user-friendly.
Yeah, any user-friendly.
It was good for its time. It did the job. It got us where we are today.
But it's time for something new, and that's what we're going to talk about.
The reason why we're doing this now is because we had a lot of time during the development of Squadron to create an expandable and a more robust system for MFDs.
We have a bunch of super nice MFDs ready for Squadron, and now we're moving them over to Star Citizen.
It's also really good to bring it over now because we've got the new resource network system, so we need to have the MFDs.
Again, when you look at it that, right? So say you're in a Saber, you've got 4 MFDs there, and then you've got the 2 in the helmet, which you can see off screen. So you would always have self status, and you would always have targeting on your MFD helmet. So wherever you turn, you're always having that information in your head. Then for me, like, this one is cool and all, but you don't really need this up. You want power management, you want scanning. With these ones, for example, like the new weapon changes where you can like set up groups and stuff like that. So for me, it would be power, scan, weapon groups, and maybe this down here. Well, that's the thing, is you get that choice though, Eric, right? For me, as somebody who's a combatant, I would never take the heads off one, because when you're turning to look at your target, you can't see the MFDs of your self status. So you can make an assessment of, do I have shields? Do I have my power set and all that jazz? If you have it turned off, you can't do that. However, if you're somebody that's just trucking and you're not really dogfighting, you don't need that information, which is awesome. It just means that some ships will use it like dogfighters and some ships will turn it off. Like I doubt I'd have it on in 600i.
Initial release, there'll be 5 visual styles to the MFDs and the HUDs.
There's Aegis.
But it's always should be about where the player has choice, right?
And it's very sleek. Anvil is great. I love the green color of Anvil. It feels a lot more like an F-16 cockpit.
See, the thing is, like, I was having a conversation with Expat. She was like, you know, she prefers the old style things, and I look at it, this is very much F-35 style, where everything's sort of in place, right? Because when you look at this,
green color of Anvil, it feels...
This gives you, you know, you're in SEM nav mode for weapons, you're not in missiles, so you've got that increment, you've got your speed there, your velocity, your Gs. Are you in G-safe, which is really good. Instead of the G-safe being over here, it's now down here. So whilst you're focused on looking at things, your peripheral view here is where you should be checking things. You shouldn't have to be looking left and right on a horizontal. It should be just quickly down and up and around, because when you're doing that, your peripheral view then moves to the top here. But when it's over here, you're not able to use your peripheral view as much. Like down here and up here is better than over here. So you're actually having to move your eyes away left and right instead of just quickly down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, which is a much easier motion for our eyes. G-safe is good for beginners. Yeah, I know. But you would turn it off. And then it's the same with the afterburner here. So Expat was like, you know, would you want stuff still in the center? And it's like, no, I don't need anything because it's right now here, which is perfect. It's the same as when we've got like some of these new glasses that you get that have the ability to bring your phone stuff. You know what I mean? Like these new smart cameras and stuff. The way that you see things is at the bottom and the top. It's never positioned here, because this requires a much bigger motion in our eyes than just a quick glance up, glance up. It's why, for example, instead of my chat being over here, where you see some content creators go, yes, I agree, I can just go like that whilst I'm in combat. Up and down, up and down, up and down. Because it's a much easier motion. The Drake radars? Well, the Drake radar is very cleverly done. So if you imagine that the old Drake radar, it was a 2D plane. All they've done is do this, and they've made it where it's 3D on top of it. So it still looks like a 2D radar, but it's actually 3D. It's very clever.
Like an F-16 cockpit.
Because obviously we don't want to, like, see here, right? It's a 2D radar, but it's tilted back inside the console, and the dots are above it. So it gives you the ability to see 3D on a 2D plane. Or it gives that impression, basically. So again, it's a really good radar. This is actually better than the other radars, by the way. Drake or this 2D radar is better than the other one that's sitting in the fucking shit at the top.
It's retro.
Because this is a 2D radar on a 3D plane.
And Blade Runner and CRTs.
Here's Argo.
It really feels like a piece of industrial equipment, which is what the brand is going for.
And there's the generic style.
Because again, this is very horizontal. So it's basically like where you see your ship here and you can see things coming in, but I would rather it be lower so I can make the assessment. But again, that's the difference you have. This is a 3D radar on a 3D plane. The other one is a 2D radar or a 3D radar on a 2D plane. And all it is just, instead of it being full vertical, it's just tilted over maybe 80, 70 degrees.
That will support all the other ship manufacturers for the time being. For this release, the MFDs are getting 9 different views. Oh, how many is that even? Well,
9.
Let's go through it.
Again, look at that. See here, right? This is what I'm meaning. This is what I was saying to Expat, right? And if Expat joins in or watches the VOD. So in atmosphere right now, we still have our ladder. This is the only thing that's important in flying in atmosphere is you have your ladder. Because it tells you what degrees you're moving at. And then we have our Alt-M here. Okay, so our height, basically. Then when you're looking straight ahead, you have that ladder in your crosshair. And all you have to do is just slightly glance here. This, I don't think should be here. I think it should be down here, personally. Because this is going to be easier to check. So your speed, your G's, your throttle, your afterburner, and velocity are all here, which you can see in the bottom of your peripheral view. And it's forcing you to look down for radar, which gives you a proper icon now, which then quickly allows you to glance left and right, using more muscles than you need to, and as you bring your head back up. So instead of you having to do this motion to get information as we move our eyes, because you don't just move your eyes up and down and stuff. There is a slight where your head will move with your eyes. It's why Toby is such a natural system for head tracking, because as we turn our heads, we also turn our eyes. It's not a fucking perfect one-to-one, because what our brains do is balance us off. So as we're turning our eyes, it also turns our head to stabilize. Because as we're moving, if you were just to be like that, it puts strain on your eyes massively. So what we naturally do is just tilt ourselves a wee bit up and down. So with this, I can literally vertical, which is an easier movement than a full turn to the left and right. So as we're doing this, I can just do that. Look, that's it. That's all I have to do. And I can literally scan the whole of the fucking MFDs on this ship as I dip down to look. Got all of my eyes up again. I'm not having to do this and then down, this and down like what we've had in the past. It's just a simple down and up. Oh, the ladder is really simple. Again, it's 5 degrees. So if you're at 0, you're horizontal. 5 degrees is that, 10 degrees. And then when it flips over and it goes minus, it's just your nose is going down. It literally tells you if you're going up and down. That's all it does. And that's all you need in atmosphere. Height and which direction you're fucking moving at, you know? Compass on a vertical, yeah. The only thing that I have noticed with this is this one here has the heading here, but it looks like that the Cutlass has such a fucking great compass, because instead of it being here, it's actually on a little dash above the radar. So as you're looking at radar, you can also see your heading. This one requires you to look up to see your heading and then down to look at the radar. And I really like the way that they've put in a proper fucking analog system.
We'll start with self-status.
Because look at that. Look at this fucking 3D radar on a 2D plane. It's so good. It literally shows you the direction that it's actually fucking looking at you.
Includes all of the critical.
And it also shows you the way your ship is moving in the MFD. So instead of it just being stationary, you can see that your ship is tilting this way. So again, with visual representation, you know which way you're moving, even if you're a little bit confused. All you have to do is watch your MFDs.
Information about your ship, dependent.
Because again, look at here with the radar, right? This is really fucking unique and close. But also we've now got the, like I was saying, is when we have biker glasses, or like on our helmets up display in like the F-35 and stuff, it's all being projected into the bottom of the eye. It's the same thing with a Toby. The Toby goes into the bottom of our eye. It doesn't go into the top because Toby can get a better motion when our eye from underneath doing this than pointing down. Okay? So all the UI is just, it's so much better for where you're actually looking.
On your current operator mode. So you'll have your ammo numbers.
No, I didn't, no. Again, guys, I literally just got in and fucking slapped on the good looks and got online. I've not seen anything. But if you got a link, dude, please post it. Yeah, can I, Dis, can you give Turska a permit, please? Alright, let me quickly just jump into here. Also, what was this? Is this the Cutlass Dash? Yeah, look. There we go, right there. Right there, chat. See, this is a thing as well. There is a fucking analog compass right above the radar. And not every ship has that. The Cutlass literally has a unique thing where you don't have to look up and then look down for radar. When you're looking at radar to assess everything, you can also find out your heading at the same time. So be like, oh, there's somebody coming, 1 o'clock, 1:50. You don't need to go, doing, 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 to fucking find that shit out, right? So the Cutlass already has one hell of a unique feature that other ships don't have. But it's, again, it's not for space, it's for when we're in atmosphere. Idiot boy. Who cares about space, right? I mean, obviously, like, you can give a heading and stuff like that for your wingman and stuff, but it's the fact that when you're looking at radar to assess how many people are coming, you can also instantly tell off the heading at the same time. So instead of other ships where you have to look at radar and then quickly look to the top of the fucking UI and then back down again to give that information, a Cutlass pilot or user can literally tell you how many people are coming and what heading within a few microseconds. And that is so fucking good. And I just don't understand why they didn't do it with every ship and add in the analog. Let me have a look here. So what's the wonderful Yogi said? The alt meter is not part of the MFDs, it's part of the HUD that is infinitely projected towards pitch ladder. It only appears if you're in the gravity well. We did fix a long-standing issue with it last week, and it will show a radar altitude if you are within 500 meters of the ground. Otherwise, it use the main sea level. Interesting. We'll have to test that out. But again, like, we don't need the other one, right? We only need this for a certain thing. Like, as much as it'd be cool to have a full thing. What do you mean, the full pose? Where? You mean at the top? Yeah, but this is not a... Look at the post, skipped it. There's more. Again, you're the guys that give me the links. Well, further down. In the middle page. Up. Yeah, this one here. Oh, wait. Was that the one I skipped? Yeah, okay, so this one here. No, the gravity well starts well before that, but in order for the precise readout of the altitude, we need to do a ray check, design the surface of the plane, then only expands, blah, 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 blah. Also, when real-life aircraft have a ground-facing radar, it gets a precise... Yeah. Yeah, awesome. Oh. Or do extremely low flying. Oh, wait, you can't see it. Extremely low flying. TDL. Obviously, yeah, exactly, yeah. I don't think we need anything more than what CIG are giving us, to be honest. You know, it'd be kind of cool to have like a full, but hear me out on this. Instead of having that stuff, I would rather have like a more enhanced radar. Like actually being able to do cone radar and all that stuff, right? Instead of those sort of display things. Oh, wait. We have somebody here. Have we got a new poster on my thread? Ah, good boy, good boy. You get a vote up, you get a thumbs up, you get a kissy smell. Yes, good person. Also, I should bring up the patch notes whilst we're at it. What thread is this? I don't know, somebody fucking crying about not having a proper ladder and system. Again, CIG don't need to give us that. Because again, as Yogi puts out, nobody needs actually a system that we're talking about unless you're doing shit like me. And to be fair, I don't need it. So if I'm flying that low that fast and I don't need it, why the fuck does anybody else need it? Oh, the thread is, I run on the website here, is finding an organization thread, which actually, if I move myself here, is the only non-CIG pinned thread in existence on Spectrum by TheDarkLaw. Yeah, I help people find organizations in my spare time. Been doing it for 7 years. That's what that thread's about. They're playing money painted, cheering to chill for them. Yeah. Going to the ground radar or radar altimeter is good. As long as you stay level. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Do we need it to be that sophisticated? It all depends on like what they actually do for atmosphere in the future. Because again, if they just make the basics where they were talking about it, where if you go below, oh god, that was good, correct. If you go into atmosphere and you go under a certain AS, you're gonna fall out of the sky. Basically, that's how they're calling it, right? And it's basically a basic stall. We're not actually getting proper stalls where loss of air in our fucking intakes and yada yada yada, because we don't have intakes, we have hydrogen fucking engines. So we'll have surface stalls and probably like an engine stall by where it's damaged, it will produce you to do certain things incorporating the stall. And I think that's all that CIG needs to do. I think if you made it more complicated, I don't think many people are going to go into atmosphere and have a lot of fun. Because they'll be just like, I don't fucking understand. All we know is when you get underneath like 50 ms, you fall out the sky unless you have hard VTOL engines engaged. And not every ship has hard VTOL. Every ship has the ability to VTOL, vertically take off and land, but they don't have the ability to hover. So you will be able to vertically take off and land quickly, but only certain ships like Cutlass Black, Valkyrie will be able to hover for a bit longer before putting strain on the engines. Because again, when this stuff comes out, your engine strain will be in where you're wanting to, instead of hard bank and use your thrusters, you're wanting to use it where you toggle and use air resistance, lift, drag, all these things to be able to achieve things. Because that's what happens in atmosphere with the new system. Your engines can overheat and burn out. Damage. Can't be used again. So if you're in a ship like a Gladius or an Arrow, you're wanting to incorporate control surfaces to save on engine load. But also you will be able to use engine load, but that's where it's like you could get damage and you're fucked, basically. Except ships with physical VTOL thrusters. Every ship has physical VTOL thrusters, but they won't work as VTOL in the future, Zerg. Only the ones that rotate will be able to be classed as VTOL thrusters. Everyone will be able to VTOL because CIG didn't give us wheels, right? Oh, yeah. If that's what you mean with... Because again, every ship has physical VTOL. We have the ability to vertically take off and land in every single ship. that means we have VTOL. But CIG, for some reason, you know what I mean? They call this part the VTOL shit. But every single fucking ship we have can actually VTOL. All you will do is when they rotate, is you will get a bonus to the VTOL system. Again, it's just fucking stupid. They should just disable the fucking thrusters. But again, CIG didn't give us wheels on every ship, and they didn't give us fucking runways. They made it where we had to do this stuff. So you will get a bonus if they can actually rotate. But again, like ships like the Carrack, the Corsair has very small VTOLs at the back, which will allow you to nose down and carry the weight to level you off and stuff like that. Because you won't just be able to go like this and down. You'll actually have to come in like a plane, slow down and do this and then down in that motion. A lot of people are going to damage their ships when control surfaces come out. You won't just be able to fly through atmosphere and do this, by the way. You will literally, especially with big ships, you will have to plane and bring your nose up, come in like this, VTOL, lower down like that. And I can't wait to see people just fucking smash their shit. Because again, if you go to a certain speed, if you lose your AS stands for airspeed, you fall out the sky. We already saw that at SeasonCon where they went to under like ATMS and the fucking Gladius just went like this. Whee! Or you turn on your thrusters, but then at the cost of burning them out. So you'll be able to hover for like this for a bit. You won't be able to do this above the ground. And yeah, that's on every place because every place has an atmospheric flight. When you go to Selin, it still has atmosphere because that's how it's coded into the game. It's not like you're flying around a non-gravity field. Because when people are like, oh, I'll be able to fly around like this across the ground. No, you're not. Because that's not how the game mechanic works. Everywhere is dictated by the strength of gravity, but if they make it where you fall out the sky at, say, 40 ms, if you're doing this, you're going to push yourself into the ground because your little fucking thrusters can't push you up and down anymore. Yeah, but again, CIG can balance that around. 25 seconds of, you know what I mean, like damaging your engines just for the sake of coming to a halt. Again, like they can make it even more crazier because especially with Maelstrom and the system that we already have in the game right now, is that if you're in the Gladius and you damage your engine, you're going to have to land and then get out and start doing repairs to your actual engines and stuff before you can take off again. Cause and effect, basically. By doing something so stupid, you've caused yourself to have 5-10 minutes more time doing something else because you couldn't be bothered to just go around on a flight pattern.
Missile arming in missile mode, and your fuel readouts in quantum mode.
Hey, Drake. There was a while when the Cutty could go 2 times as... Yeah, that's been hard nerfed so far. So again here, when we look at this one, obviously
have your missile arming in missile mode.
Aegis.
And your...
I really like Aegis. I really like the way that they've got things laid out. It just looks a lot cleaner to me. The radars is still a bit... whatever, right? But this is really, really fucking good. Well, to be honest, I don't think we're gonna get release. I don't think we'll get 24.1 this weekend. I think we'll get it next week for Pirate Week, which starts on the 17th, which is Tuesday. And I think we will see... Wait, what's the... How'd you bring up the fucking... Oh, there we go. Let's see here. So, I think we will see 1st of October. Free or 24.2. Next week on the 17th. Yeah, so 17th we'll probably see it go live, maybe, yeah, that week, yeah. I think it'll either be the week of the 23rd or the week of the 30th, you know. Is 0.1 going live today? Okay, I didn't know that information. Well, if 0.1 goes live today, And we know that the event starts on the 17th for Pirate Week. Maybe next weekend, 0.2, if we're lucky. If not, 26, 27. I would still say maybe the week of the 23rd. And then it's going to be like 2 weeks. So maybe live before CitizenCon, which is obviously here. Man, they are running out of time.
Fuel readout.
They are really running out of time. I don't think 4.0 is going to be released until after CitizenCon at this stage. I think we'll get 24.2 before CitizenCon, and I think we're going to get 4.0 roundabout IE. That's how it feels to me. I generally wouldn't be surprised if we see a 24.3 being added in at this stage. If they were to say something like that, it wouldn't surprise me at this point. You're wrong, I got pretty drunk playing the tech preview. Yeah, I would imagine you would need to be. Also, I really like this with actual fuel gauges again. I just don't like little fucking bars that don't represent anything, you know what I mean? You have to wait for it to tell you're at 25%. This actually fucking gives you the stats. So good.
In quantum mode. There's also a unique version for turrets as well.
That's very true, yeah.
Taken away a lot of, well, fat.
I'm not in a rush, guys. I really am not. Like, when people are fucking crying, oh, we're not going to get 4.0 live this year, I don't care. I really don't care at this stage. I only care about 1.0, and I'm so bored of the little unathletic fucking pigeons crying about patches that don't mean shit. You know? 4.0 comes out. We want it to be on the test server as much as possible to get the much data for server meshing. I want it to go live like next year, and it feels really good when it goes to live. I want a wipe. I want faction wipe. Everything completely reset back down to standard. When you get into it, servers just work. And that's what I want to see from 4.0 live. So if we don't get that till next year, I don't care. I'm quite happy for it to be 6 months in PTU. As far as I'm concerned.
From there. So this is simpler than before.
It's more condensed.
The only thing with the 85X is this horrible fucking thing over the radar. And it's overlapping. I don't know why they just didn't put the radar above it here, right? Why the radar wasn't set here instead. So weird. They could have just added another MFD here, right? An MFD in front of there and put the radar up here. Maybe they could still do that, but it's like, it's so goofy. Yeah, it's part of the ship, yeah.
And it links into the new...
Because this could have literally, since it's already overlapping this, it could have sat up here, and you could have had it where it was projecting from here and made this a little fucking, you know, hexagon MFD.
Systems that have been developed in terms of vehicle features. For example, it shows
really lazy.
Your updated gimbal modes.
Because again, look at this. Look at the amount of cone that you get projected from here. You telling me you couldn't do the same thing in the fucking 85X? Look how small the cone projection is. It's like not even fucking 25% of this cone. Again, just seems really odd.
And it also shows your current weapon group, which is a new thing as well.
Look at the cone on this. Why not have it where it's just a little bit higher up? This could have been like where the radar was sitting like right here, which would have been amazing.
Target status is the same thing, but it gives you the...
Yeah, because look at that. Look at the fucking depth it goes. That's huge amount of information.
Information about the target that you have currently selected.
It's mostly going to be, for a lot of players, the ship holo. You're going to want to see, am I dealing some damage or not?
Radar needs drop shadow? Again, let's get our hands into it before we start going, oh, we need drop shadow here, we need drop shadow there. This definitely needs drop shadow. Up in this corner here, this needs drop shadow. But, yeah, I need to test this before. Go back a bit. What, you mean here? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I would say it needs drop shadow there. This then suddenly fucking starts working because, again, CIG just really can't conquer bright lights in this game. Like, this needs drop shadow as well. Again, I don't get why CIG hasn't add drop shadow to everything at this stage. This doesn't even have drop shadow. It's
target that you have currently selected.
Man. Like, they're so against this shit.
For a lot of players, the ship hollow, you're gonna want to see, am I dealing some damage or not? You will also have the emissions.
Well, with the blade and scythe and stuff like that, they've already said you'll get the default system that's on the RSI ships. Because Origin, RSI... Origin, RSI... Wait. I've got a fucking image thing. Let's quickly have a look, yeah. So Drake, Crusader, Anvil, Crusader, Anvil, Drake. Yes, they've got one for, what's the Nomad again? It's CO, isn't it? So that would be the Mustangs. This is Aegis. So it has to be like just RSI and Origin and stuff, I would imagine. Origin, RSI, the alien ships won't have something designed right now, which is fine. I mean, if you think about all the companies that they've got, to get this out already is pretty decent.
So you know what missile
it's
to
like
use against them, and you'll see
190
name,
ships
so
at this
you know
point.
that you're not shooting the wrong person.
It's not as much information because obviously if you want to see
Crusader gets none too? I thought it was on, they had a system.
How much ammo they've got, you've got to scan them. But it will show you their health, it will show you their faction, it will show you their velocity. Weapon config is entirely new.
I can't wait for weapon config. It's so good, man. Having 4, you know that we've had the ability to have 4 groups built into the game for, well, since the very beginning, but CIG only ever gave us, they gave us 3 buttons, and then they took away 1 button, which means that you can now make your EMP on group 3, and then you can have it where your other, like, distortion is on group 2, and your damage is all in 1, and so it's really fucking cool.
It links into the
1 button, and all you do is switch through the profiles.
New weapon grouping system.
I'm gonna have to rebind so
list
many
out
buttons
every
again.
single weapon on your ship. The ammo that you have, they'll light up if they're selected.
See, look at that. The Buccaneer UI is really good. However, it's still... Where's the fucking heading?
And also it allows you to assign them to one of 4 custom groups, so you can have any combination of weapons that you want firing at the same time.
But is the Cutlass Blue QED going to be on the weapon group? Hopefully. Hopefully.
And it makes it easy to see which group of weapons you're firing.
Only expert pilots who work for CIG fully book. I'm still waiting for the video. CIG fucking nerfing my favorite ship from Avenger 1. I'm just waiting, chat. Maybe he doesn't care, but like he's the only person I know that actually flies the Buccaneer. Like out of content creators and stuff like that. So it's like I really want to see him react when he finds out it's got the defense of an arrow. Oh my god. CIG have nerfed now 2 of his favorite ships. It used to be where he flew around in the arrow, then he stopped using that because he couldn't use it anymore. Now he went to the Buccaneer. And all these fucking videos of like moaning about master modes and saying that CIG do it wrong, and they keep nerfing his favorite ships. It's just fucking karma, man, at that point. CIG are going, oh, yeah, he moaned again. Right, let's nerf the fucking Buccaneer. And he can't go to an M50 either because they nerfed that one. Oh, it's so good, man. And he can't go P72 because it can't fucking nav. It's just so funny, man. Like, CIG are fucking cunts.
And if
it's
you
so
just
cool.
don't assign one of those groups, if you feel like, well, 4's too many, I just use 2 anyway. Well, you can just assign to 2 of them and you'll be
Another
fine.
message to Chris, yeah. See here, this is meant to be the default system. This is not an RSI heads HUD, so you would have RSI Origin are going to be on this system, which, to be honest, I think it looks fucking sick. I really like how you get a fucking orange cross going across the forward, left, back, right plane of your radar. Hey, Noobafire, how you doing, dude? That's what Crusader gets as well? Man, no, Crusader looks totally different, dude. Let's go on a bit more, because I think there's more where it'll show Crusader. I'm gonna pay attention to what you said, because I thought Crusader had its own fucking system.
This will be valuable so the player can, in combat,
so
switch between different modes depending on kind of distance
the Zeus
and
cockpit
what kind of
so
weapons
good,
they want to
man.
use.
But you know the crazy thing is, if CIG actually make the Zeus quite mobile, I'm gonna be able to take people fucking low flying, and they're gonna be able to actually see, because they sit on the side and look
On
down.
a
It's
day-to-day,
cool.
you might be tracking down a particular target.
I do like Anvil.
It is a-
Anvil's UI is really clean.
Subject of a mission, and you know that a certain weapon is going to be more effective against them than another, or a certain weapon combination is going to be...
Again, this goes back to like what I was saying to Expat. You have everything in this like corner of your eye, right? Of your head system. So I've got my crosshair, I have got my fucking ladder for my angles, I've got my heading, which I personally feel should have been here. This should be flipped upside down and made in here. You then have your radar, which for some reason in the Hawk is teleported upside down. I don't know why they just didn't add like another MFD here, or you know what I mean. Like it's weird that it's not here. But then you've got your meters per second, you've got your afterburner percentage, and it's all within this short thing. And then you've got your literally down here. I can see all these things. So if I'm literally in real life looking at the crosshair. I can see all these indications, no problem. Obviously you can't read them, but if you memorize where they are, but also at the same time, I can see this in my peripheral view. This starts to strain over here, and this one strains, but these in the triangle are all in my peripheral view, which is amazing. I can see radar as well if somebody was coming in. So good. It's really fucking good, where I can just focus on my crosshair, and I literally can see. I can even read that as 100%. That's a little bit more difficult for me when I'm concentrating on here. But again, it's at a point where, you know, it's just a quick... I literally just need to look to here, and I can read it. So when I go from here to here, I can read that number. There as well. So all you have to do is just basically move your eyes to like there, which again, if you're focusing on that character or the ship, you can read the 158. This would be a bit more difficult, but again, if you memorize like the symbols and stuff, and this is not important in combat anyway. So if you learn these locations, radar again, I think should have been here, personally. That would have been really good. I don't understand why it's going upside down, but I guess they wanted to utilize this area here. I think they should have just put a fucking MFD in here, to be fair. And just, you know what I mean? Like, they could have had that as targeting, and radar was just sat here. What's new? This is the Hawks UI on the new
tracking down a
system.
particular target. It is a subject of a mission, and you know that a certain weapon is going to be more effective against them than another, or a certain weapon combination is going to be more effective. You can stick them all in one group and have quick access to that.
So good. And again here, right? You're in a big ship. You don't need information like you do in a fighter. So it's a very nice, oh, look, now as I'm looking down to my systems here, you go from here to look here, and then you're like, oh, wow. You can look out the side and see things. It's just so much nicer where with the bigger industrial ships, it's more relaxing instead of having all this information on your face for no reason. You can also then turn off the left and right, giving you this big fucking screen to look at the beautiful game without being clouded by information, but still just a quick glance to here and you've got all the information there. You can even see radar. When I'm looking directly into this circle, I can see the radar in my peripheral view perfectly fine. Depending on how big the icons are going to be, you don't even need to go all the way down. It's just really good.
Shields is pretty much the same as what it was. You can control each of your shield faces if you have 4 shield faces. If you have 1, you can control the whole thing. And it gives
now,
you
CIG can make it where you could move this mouse with track R or Toby would be amazing.
You can see your total shield usage out of the maximum.
For the time being,
yeah,
this
the Drake
be the
radar, I would say, is the best one right now.
And along with that are...
Because again, look how clustered this is because of it. But also at the same time, look at how much fucking space you've got to look at this game. And obviously, like, if CIG utilize maybe potentially down here in the future for certain things, like maybe you can move the chat box down here, it's really fucking cool.
Scanning and communications.
Yeah, I know.
Scanning has been moved from the HUD to an MFD
Look how fast
state.
the scan was as well, by the way.
The same thing that you're already
Watch how fast the scan works.
Are scanning and communications. Scanning's been moved.
Done. And then all you do is go to parts. It's so fast. Like, scanning's insanely fast, and all you have to do is click parts to see stuff or cargo.
From the HUD to an MFD.
So this is where, again, I would love it where I could press F, like hold F on my joystick and move my head to move the mouse. So I could use my eyes to touch these MFDs with Toby Tracker. If CIG did that, Toby would instantly be world winning, you know, for this game. The price question is, do the arrangements in MFD save? Oh yeah, they do. Yeah, CIG confirmed that, CitizenCon Bart. So you have to do a pre-flight check on any brand new ship that you get into. And even if you get into somebody else's ship, their layout is how you will see it. It's now saved to the ship, not the fucking database. So when you get into anyone else's ship, it will be their layout, their config on weapons, all that stuff. If the ship dies and you have to reclaim it for whatever reason, you have to redo it all over again. It's literally like getting into a brand new car if you think of it, adjusting your mirrors, and that's it, right? And everyone is like, oh no, I don't want to fucking do that. Well, you have to do that in real life. You have to do that in fucking jets every time you get into it. It's literally a fucking 2-minute job. The more you learn your ship, the better you are at doing these things. Just don't die. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
For new screens, the biggest one is power management.
Engines on.
Do they allow a preset? Again, I don't want a preset. I want it where you start preserving your ship's life instead of just dying and hoping for a fucking keybind, right?
Simplified version of what you'll find on an engineering terminal, but it's for sort of daily use for the pilot.
I want it where it starts to affect you when you die. Not just, oh, I'll reclaim my ship, press a button, and there we go, right? There we go. Analog heading as well. So good.
The full power of the resource network system. And it gives it to you right there in the pilot seat. So you can do the full assignments as you like them, if you're flying solo.
So cool.
This is also where you will see your emissions. So if you're doing anything stealthy, you go into power management, you set your settings to low, and you will see your emissions.
But that's why we get LTI new ship for live fuel. Yeah, but you'd still have to do it every time though, Swedish. Every time you spawn a brand new ship, you're going to have to do your MFDs, you're going to have to do your ship configuration, all that stuff. Add in your grouping, everything. The only thing I believe CIG are working on is something for like Arena Commander where it stays when the ship dies. Buy new comps, guns. Yeah, exactly. I think it's wonderful. It's the same shit you get in Elite Dangerous, and I love the system. Most people that don't have more than 5 minutes to think in their lives will probably cry about it. People that actually want to play a game where everything means something will enjoy this. I'm pretty sure every fucking crybaby will be on Spectrum and YouTube
on and
anyway.
Off different systems in the ship. You can apply different levels of power to
Again, the fucking F8 has such a good layout.
each
Really
system.
good fucking layout.
You can see your total output, how much you're using, and you can also see different status.
The crazy thing as well, right? How the fuck, and obviously I'm in the way, how the fuck are they seeing a Vanguard at 511.3 kilometers away? Like, surely this must, yeah, this has to be a bug. Because Holy shit, that's some fucking distance. This is where, like, a lot of this stuff, you know, that is someone grouped, you think? We'll see. We'll see. Compared to third person? It should do. I'm hoping so, because you know how you get more FPS when you're in third person? That's what you're talking about, Bart, right? Yeah, like it should do, because again, most of our old system is on the Flash-based console. And obviously, Flash has been removed for the game for a while, but it still has the cause and the issues that Flash brought back in the day. So this new UI literally not only makes it easier, but it's a huge, like, lift-off strain. So you should actually see FPS increase, yeah. But we'll find out in a couple of weeks.
Readouts for those systems. So if something is run out of power or it's offline, it'll also represent that on the power management MFD.
The thing I'm very giddy about is the fact that somebody can be an engineer on my ship, and the engineer can be as just basic as changing my power outlet when I'm in combat or doing something like that, which is awesome. Really fucking cool.
Is the diagnostics view.
The diagnostics view is where you go to check in on your ship. If something's not feeling right, well...
Also, another big factor of this is we finally actually get to know our HP on our ship. So instead of you going, do I have enough HP to deal with it? And then when you land and you repair, you're like, oh yeah, I had way too much HP. You actually know now, you know?
Well, maybe check diagnostics.
Drake UI is the best because it's all integrated on physical screens.
As well as its current health,
again,
and its status,
it's how you want it to be, right? It's the same with Argo. Argo is integrated. For me, as somebody who uses a pilot, especially like somebody, you know, like who looks into 35 and 22s, it's all in your helmet anyway these days. So I'm fine with looking around. I can't remember what it's called when you move away from your center HUD and you start seeing it off to the side. If Puppeteer was here, or Lou, you play DCS. What's it called when you move the helmet out of the central HUD and you get the information in the center of your helmet? F-16 has it. I think the F-18 has it. I can't remember the actual name of it. It gives an HP number now? Yeah, we actually have HP numbers for our stuff written in it.
And there'll be...
When you scan somebody, you can also find out how much HP they've got again.
A summary at the top of the screen that shows you how many of your components have errors. And last, what I'm really excited about is the configuration screen.
It's no, it's for Hull. They said you can now find out the HP. We used to have it. Before they changed the scanner recently in the past 3 years, Zarek, we used to have it where you could scan somebody and find out how much percentage of HP they had left.
It takes a lot of these settings
and it got removed. Now it's back. That's all it is when you scan somebody, it says like if they're 50%. You don't know which part is at 50%. It's the total is at 50%. So you could just shoot them in the cockpit or something like that and it would go down faster, right? Maybe it has full depth, but you would have to use the scanner in combat to do that, and yeah, good luck at that. We used to do it. I have a video out where I'm fighting Nerd Show and Tell. He's in the Saber with mass drivers. I'm in the Gladius with mass drivers. And at one point in the fight, I'm scanning him to find out exactly how much HP he's got left so I know to keep fighting or not.
Hidden away in the options menu or just in the back end.
You used to be able to scan and get that information
right there for you to toggle in-world on your MFD screen instantly.
The configuration view is great. You can now turn off unwanted UI if you really wish to. You can turn off the cast, which is my favorite part. If you have screens on the top left and top right of the screen, then you can turn off those casts now to clear the UI a little bit.
So this configuration screen allows you to configure.
But yeah, this is the thing here, Bart, you'll have to do every time you get into a ship. Now, you might be able to still press a button, but what this allows you to do is basically brand new player can do a pre-flight check on their configuration, which is awesome. Instead of going into a keybind and being like, right, okay, guys, I want you to set up where you got precision lines, lag pip only. They're like, what button do I press for that? It's just like, go into your configuration and fucking set it up on your MFD, right? And that's literally just holding F and fucking left clicking. Have I played FTL? What's FTL?
A few aspects of some different MFD states, as well as what goes on your HUD and how that looks.
You can finally control what goes on our HUD?
We can finally control what goes on our HUD, yeah.
No, I'm not done.
So let's talk about the HUD. Using the configuration screen, you can choose whether or not you're showing your MFD casts, which are simplified and more tactile versions of the self-status and target status screen.
See, the thing is, right, people have brought up that there's no drop shadow on this thing above here. However, I kind of feel now when I look at it, that's actually good. Because you'll get an advantage if it's down here on an MFD. This shouldn't give full advantage. This should be available to you. It's the same as like radar and stuff when we're talking about the shadow. I kind of feel like it actually adds in an element of using it. So if you can drag somebody into the light, you get the advantage. And I really like the idea that maybe by having things on the MFD gives you an advantage depending on certain situations. I like that instead of just everything is just easy for somebody.
Functionality-wise, it's stuff you know already. You have your velocity, you have your app.
Because again, when you see it here, you can barely see it. However, if you look down in the MFD in the bottom right corner, you can easily see it. So this is a disadvantage, but because it's down in the bottom right corner, there's your advantage of being able to see your information in the dark. I like that. I really do like that. That this is not always an instant advantage for the pilot.
Afterburner, you have your annunciators and you have different indicators.
They show critical information when you can't look at your dashboard in front of you. So if you're in a fighter and you're looking...
Like in this situation here, where you can't see your MFDs, but if you dragged your opponent into a turn fight like this in a bright light, you know what I mean? Like whoever's got the sun to their back has the advantage.
Up in the sky, you can still see that, as well as allowing you to still see that information when you're in precision targeting mode.
I think that's good. It needs to be where like you just can't get the 10 out of 10 setup, but you can get a cheeky 8 and 9, right? On how you like it, but it's not going to be perfect. I think this is a good thing. Also,
We've
these all have
decided to clear up all of
the
nonsense we have in the middle and kind of make it out of the way of the middle of the...
See, this is cool, where when you're in this mode, you can see your self-status, you can see your target status in the right corner, and you've got all that information again now, which is really fucking cool. This actually makes this view much better. Especially for something like an Inferno, where now you can start shooting on components and stuff and getting that ballistic splash damage. The range is wild. Not really. You're only 609 meters, dude.
Screen, so...
What took so long, Joe?
I'm sorry. It wasn't me. Oh, God.
Yeah, again, really clean, man. Gladius looks good.
We've also done a little bit of work making the radar in the HUD feel more diegetic and making it look like it actually exists in the cockpit with grounding effects.
It's got the flickering and stuff. That we used to have that with the radar and the Hornet. It was really cool. Go back. What am I looking for?
Out of the way of the middle of the screens.
What? Yeah, that's incorrect. I'm looking down here, dude. It literally says 691 meters. 640 meters per second. I'm looking here. Yeah, this is broken. Yeah. Like, before you even said that, RNG, I was like, this is how many fucking RNG chances you've got to fucking land a shot. You know what I mean? This is just a bug. I'm looking at that. They're only 691 down here. That's what I looked at first, not this. It's an IP address. Yeah. Who fucking cares? At the end of the day, like, this is fucking sick. All they have to do is just make this work, right? That's your dice roll, exactly. RNG. Guns, zoom, noise, how much afterburning you've got left, gimbal or fixed, your self status, target status, and then distance here. If this would just work, awesome. But also, the crosshair is not on top of the ship. This is looking into the distance. So this is ship distance. This is crosshair distance. Just an FYI. So if they actually put the crosshair over the ship,
so
what took so?
Do we actually see?
We've decided to clear up.
See again, the crosshair is looking out into the distance.
The nonsense we have.
If we actually got the crosshair over it, maybe we could see if it changes.
Have in the middle and.
But I'm pretty sure this is just based off crosshair.
Make it out of the way of the middle of the screen. So
what took
it actually
so
didn't
long,
work
Joe?
there. So yeah, it could be a bug. Whatever, we'll see. It'd be cool if it actually was this distance instead of crosshair. But it's again,
so
it's
not
not
in the middle
moving,
and kind of make it
and they get really close
out of the
here.
way of the middle.
That's on there, and it's not moved. So I think this is just broken. That's your real distance. This is broken. This seems to be all working right now. Again, it also could be an older build we're seeing,
screen,
right?
So,
what took so long, Joe?
I'm sorry. It wasn't me. Oh god.
We've also done a little bit of work making the radar in the HUD feel more diegetic and making it look like it actually exists in the cockpit with grounding effects and emission rate origin.
What I love is that these are now integrated in your top consoles. Instead of it being some weird fucking system that doesn't actually work, it's now like an F-35 where it's all integrated. No more memes. Hopefully when you're target locked, it will go off. Because you know how like some sentry turrets can lock you and when you warp away, it still fucking sees you? It's super annoying. Because I always I always fucking moan at the guys when they target lock me. I'm like, did anybody target lock me? And they're like, yeah, I did. Sorry. You know? Because it's really important when you're flying around and you're waiting for people to attack you and you get that target radar lock, you're like, oh shit, somebody's actually coming after me, right?
Origin points as well.
So that definitely needs to work.
All
100%.
just feels so much better. It feels real. So with this,
I pissed myself at that part. Why did it take so long? They had to wait for the current dev team to grow up to fix it. Yeah. We had to fucking incubate some new devs. Wait till they were at age. It was boss' fault. I can't say it.
This new ship and vehicle HUD, it's just going to be a clearer.
Again, the only
so much
thing
better.
I really wish CIG would work on is the heading. The heading is so shit. Why couldn't there have been a blue box here with the heading down here? This is just so fucking goofy. I really hope that CIG over time will work on this. Especially if they're like, and move this as well. Like, this is just so small and useless. Make it where it's down here. Put your alt here. Put your heading here as a digital number, not a fucking bar. It's just a number that goes up and down, like the MS here or the 100%, and done deal, right?
So with this new ship and vehicle HUD, it's just going to be a clearer experience overall. It's going to be clearer in the sense that you don't have stuff in your face all the time. It's going to be clearer in the sense that you can...
The compass in the helmet is actually great. Just get rid of the ship heading and put the player compass HUD in. Yeah, that's very true. They could just do that. That would actually be a lot better. Yeah, I would be happy with that, Zarek. But maybe they don't want to cluster the UI up again. Who knows? Maybe they could just make it where it's a toggle, right?
Actually read the UI. So I think you'll be very happy with it. It's going to be
there'll definitely be tweaks in the future, Drago, yeah. But again, here. So you guys are saying this is the standard UI? I thought this was a... oh, no, it is the standard. Yeah, because the cross is there. Yes, okay, so we need Crusader, RSI, and Origin UI still to be done. So they've only done Anvil, Drake, CO, and Aegis, it seems. Cool. I mean, to be honest, the standard UI is really fucking good. No matter how you look at it, the standard one is really good. But I actually like this one the best, and I'll tell you why. Because the radar gets a fucking compass, like an old school fucking north, southwest, all that shit over here. But I do like the orange, you've got the red. Yeah, it's just very fucking clean. Look at all that space. Like when you're flying a Hercules, It's just so fucking like in your face. Now you actually have like this really nice fucking view. Well, maybe we'll see it by the end of the year. Again, you have to look at it this way, that this is what they've probably all got done so far. Maybe they've already started working on the new one. I like the MFD backlight style. Yeah, I really like this. It feels very modern, you know, but also cinematic, where it's sort of it's popping out, right? You can see the 143. It's like a hologram basically. It's really nice.
In space and be able to see space, right?
Again, I think this needs a little bit of a backdrop.
So what did we learn this week? Well, we learned
go back through it again, chat.
It's mostly going to be, for a lot of players, the ship
had a lot of time during the development of Squad.
Because again, like, you see here, right? Does it start with this one? Yeah.
For MFDs.
We have a bunch of super nice MFDs ready for...
Yeah, but the alien stuff we won't see for a while. I would imagine it's been developed for Squadron 42,
and now we're moving them over to
It's the same as we still don't have the new Scythe Blade Glaive that's in Squadron 42. I don't know why CIG are holding them back. If they gave us the F8, they gave us the fucking Javelin, they gave us a look around the fucking Bengal and all that other stuff, you know. Yo, Graphic, thank you very much for the raid, dude. Appreciate that. Welcome in, guys.
It's also really good.
So Crusader, RSI Origin, MISC. Oh yeah, I forgot about MISC. Esperia, Alien don't have MFDs. Yes, so it's Drake, Anvil, Aegis, and CO, it looks like. ATF, welcome in, guys. But yeah, all the alien stuff. I mean, it's a lot to... Oh yeah, Argo as well. Thank you. Argo. Yeah, so we've got Anvil, Aegis, CO, Drake, and Argo. I mean, that's 5 out of... How many is it? If we're going, so it's like another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then if you think about it... Oh yeah, because Esperia... Is the Santok different than the Talon? Yeah, it is, isn't it? So... They've got another 6, 7 to do on our current system. That's a lot, right? So maybe we'll see it shortly, but I would expect it to be next year for some of those ships. And to be honest, again, guys, when you look at the standard one, it's really good. It's better than the ship we've got just now.
Bring it over now because we've got the new resource network system.
Again, look at it.
We need to have the MFDs here to support that new gameplay.
This is the
initial release. There'll be 5
Argo 1.
Visual styles.
Argo 1, I actually think is one of the best for color scheme. It's really good.
To the MFDs and the HUDs.
There's Aegis.
It's very militaristic and it's very sleek.
I think I prefer Anvil over Aegis now. Yeah, the more I look at it, I prefer Anvil over Aegis.
Anvil is great. I love the green color of Anvil. It feels a lot more like an F-16 cockpit. Drake is my favorite. It's retro and Blade Runner and CRTs.
There's Argo.
It really feels like a piece of industrial equipment, which is what the brand is going for.
And there's the generic.
Yeah, see, again, here's the default one. And it's still
style
really
that will
fucking
support
good.
all the other ship manufacturers for the time being. For this release, the MFDs are...
You can see people like Origin and Alien fans crying on Spectrum. Why's my UI not done? Like, Jesus, man. Wait. At least you're getting a universal one that looks really good. Old green screens are the best. Yeah, kind of, yeah. For me, I like the Anvil one. I would say out of all of them just now, Anvil, my top, and then the universal one afterwards.
We're getting 9 different views.
Kind of
how
cool,
many is
but
that even?
It just doesn't work as
let's
well,
go through
I
it.
We'll start with self-status. Self-status includes all of the critical information about your ship, dependent on your current...
Crusader, RSI, Origin, MISC, Esperia, Gattac, that's it, yeah. Kruger don't have MFDs. Is that really everything, though? Are we not missing something? Trying to think of anything else, because what about land vehicles? I suppose they could just use Universal, right? Yeah, I mean... It wouldn't surprise me if we get, like, in 4.0 we get more. You know what I mean?
different operator mode. So you'll have your ammo numbers in guns mode, you'll have your missile arming in missile mode.
Mirai, yeah, there's a lot if you think about it. But then maybe Mirai might get the same as Misk, just in a different color. CIG could sort of cut corners with that one, Demon. And it's the same with the Asperia and Gatag. Aren't they the same? It's just different colors. So they could cut corners with that one. And then if they do... Oh no, Kruger is actually not an RSI, right? Mirai, Misk, yeah. I mean, we'll see. We'll see where they go.
And your fuel readouts in quantum.
Yeah, but they look the same though. That's what I'm saying, Zarek, right? Asperia and Gatag are just different colors right now in the game. They might just do one instead of two, and they just change the color scheme on it, which I would be completely fine with, right? I would rather they do it that way, because obviously they're going to have to do Vandal as well. Is from the Turtle people? Yeah, but again, it's a human interface, right? They can cut corners. What I'm saying is they can cut corners. For the time being. Make one UI for those alien ships and you just change the colors. That's all they have to do. Save time. Get it out. Kind of thing. Yeah, I completely agree with that, Demon. But what I'm talking about is instead of us waiting another... Like, they've done, what, 5 within a year? Give or take? Or however long since they started. And we have another 7, 8 to do. So you might not see some of your favorite ones until, you know, a couple of years from now. What I'm saying is, for the alien ships, just do an alien one and make it where it's different colors for the time being. Cut some corners and save time. Who knows? They might be completely done. We just don't know yet.
We have taken away a lot of, well, faff from there. So this is simpler than before.
Go according to Lauren.
It's more condensed and it links into the new systems that have been developed in terms of vehicle features. For example, it shows your update.
I used to love the old Vandal one where it started to have like a malfunction and go back to Vandal writing and then come back to human writing. I think it was really fucking cool when it did that.
Gimbal modes. And it also shows your current weapon group, which is a new thing as well. Target status is the same thing, but it gives you the information about the target that you have currently selected.
It's mostly going to be, for a lot of players, the ship holo. You're going to want to see, am I dealing some damage or not? You will also have the emissions.
Cool, they match. I'm looking at bottom right and top right for the helmet.
So you know what...
I like the new missile changes are so good. So many people are not going to know how many fucking missiles they're firing.
Missile to use against them. And you will see their names so you know that you're not dealing some damage or not. You will also have...
Or maybe
emissions, so you know what missile to use against them. And you will see their name.
Oh, right, okay. No,
so you know that you're not shooting the wrong person.
I was going to say,
it's not as much information because obviously if you want to see how much ammo they've got, you've got to scan them. But it will show you their health, it will show you their faction, it will show you their velocity.
We have ordered an industrial wood chipper. That's a good idea. Get the... It's good for putting stuff down, like for frost and shit.
Weapon config is entirely new. It links into the new weapon grouping system, so it will list out every single weapon on your ship.
I can't wait. Like, weapon grouping is so good. I can't wait for this.
The ammo that you have, they'll light up if they're selected, and also it allows you to assign them to one of 4 custom groups, so you can have any combination of weapons that you want firing at the same time, and it makes it easy to see which group of weapons you're firing.
And if you just don't assign one of those groups, if you feel like, well, 4's too many, I just use 2.
Missiles are weapons, so do they not get... I know, like, CIG, for some reason, can't seem to, like, call them separate, where it's, like, talking about, you know, weapon system and ordnance system.
2 anyway. Well, you can just assign to 2 of them and you'll be fine.
This will be valuable so the player can, in combat, switch between different modes depending on kind of distance and what kind of weapons they want to use.
On a day-to-day, you might be tracking down a particular target.
Yeah, Anvil is really clean. I really like it. It's very sort of... What's the movie I'm thinking of? It's a bit like RoboCop, the original RoboCop. You know, when RoboCop's like heads, like his display boots up kind of thing, you know, that fucking nonsense. It feels very like that. It's very 80s kind of sci-fi booty kind of thing, you know? If I got 2 or 3 missiles installed, then I should allow myself to switch them like normal guns grouping. Yeah, but maybe CIG don't want it that way for the game. I believe for 10 years now that the game should never have missiles, just torps. I would agree on that as well.
It is a subject of a mission, and you know that a certain weapon is going to be more effective against them than another, or a certain weapon combination is going to be more effective. You can stick them all in one group and have quick access to that.
They could just change them to torps, though. Every single missile changed down to a torp standing.
Shields is pretty much the same as what it was. You can control each of your shield faces if you have 4 shield faces. If you have 1, you can control the whole thing. And it gives you a reset button.
It never makes any sense to me why CIG are working on, like, trying to make it World War II, whatever flight kind of system you want to call it, but also have modern day missiles. It's like, could you imagine if you fucking turned up in an F-35 or an F-22 in World War I? It's like, that's what it's like. It just doesn't make any sense to have the missile ordnance that we have in the game. Either give us like the ability to go hot and cold and do certain things, or just make missiles like dumbfire or something like that.
Button, so you can set it all back to default, and also you can see your total shield usage out of the maximum.
For the time being, this is going to be...
I don't understand that logic. What do you mean? Well, the way I've just described it as Demon. But that's what we have. Oh, CIG logic. Yeah, yeah. Again, they want us to fly like World War II fighters, but also have modern day F-35 fucking missile systems. Like, and then they give us low counters. Oh, this shit can spam 48 missiles at you, but you've only got fucking 48 flares. While some missiles require more flares to get off it, you know? It's like, okay, I'll just detonate it all at the same time. Again, it's... CIG when it comes to missiles is just a very confusing thing. It's the same with Gs as well. Why they allow us to go to like fucking 20 Gs. Also, SC spaceships don't have generations either. F-14, F-15. Yeah, exactly, you know. It just, for me, it would be more simple if you just made it where every missile got turned into a torp, and it's just a heavy-hitting fucking system, but it's slow, right? So it's like, say you disable somebody's engine, torp. They're gone, right? Slow, easy to dodge, easy to flare off kind of thing, but if you make a mistake, you get fucking 1 banged. That's it. Having these 1500 MS fucking missiles chasing after you, and you've only got a certain amount of flares, but the ship can spam 6400 missiles at you, it's so daft, like.
The same thing that you're already used to.
And along with that are scanning and communication.
Polaris. I can't wait for this shit, man. I cannot wait for the Polaris. It's definitely something that's been needed in this game. Not just because it's got torpedoes and stuff, but it's the fact that you can actually have like 2 or 3 decent fighters on board, plus stuff to go down on the ground. It's just like a really early stage of having like a capital ship that's not a pile of shit like an 890. However, I can't wait to shoot plenty of torps at 890s. But I love the fact that you actually have to manually load the torpedoes. So you can't just get some fucking peasant turning around and going, torpedo, 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 torpedo. You actually have to have somebody loading the torpedoes in, which is really cool. Oh, yeah. I love my cutty with 48 size ones. It needs to stop.
Scanning's been moved from the HUD to an MFD state. For new screens, the biggest one is power management.
Engines on.
It's a simplified version of what you'll find on an engineering terminal, but it's for sort of daily use for the pilot.
It's using the full power of the resource network system, and it gives it to you right there.
Because we're finding out about that next week, which is exciting stuff. Next week on Inside Star System, we're seeing 4.0 resource system or resource network. And again, this is just all these other things that are brought into the game that massively change up how CIG can do things. Instead of this just primitive legacy crap that finally we're getting rid of, all of it, apart from a few things in Mobiglass that I think still need to be moved over, but it's just really fucking cool to get onto the new system, the new pipe system. Also, this massively helps CIG balance things, by the way. A lot of things that have held CIG back that Yogi was saying is that they're working on the new Star Citizen. We're playing on the old Star Citizen, and people are wanting this part to be fixed when CIG are like, but we have all these cool things that we're working on that makes our workload so much easier for the future. Oh no, we want to go back to our primitive fucking broken flight model and all that shit. And it's like, but CIG are working on future stuff that will hopefully make the game better. No, let's go back to 264 when it was good. And yes, it's like, no, I think I would rather take what the team are actually building with passion, because could you imagine you're Yogi, right? And you're doing this job and everyone's like, I want the JP flight model. I want the fucking 322 bullshit. And it's like, yeah, but I'm being set this design. I would like to do it this way because I'm the fucking designer, right? I don't want to make something that somebody else wants to make. I want to make something that I want to make whilst I get paid to fucking do it. And that's the shit that I want to see. I want to see the Yogi stuff. I don't want to go back and see the JP stuff. It was fine back in the day. It was good fun. I've seen the Coulson stuff, but they've left the fucking company. I don't give a shit about their old prehistoric fucking crap anymore. I want to see the new stuff, you know? And if it's not to everyone's liking, that's just how it is. It's the same thing as getting like a sour sweet. Some sour sweets are nice, some are really fucking toxic, you know? But I would rather see the future stuff that CIG are working on instead of crying about the stuff that we'll never see again. I can't wait for hover mode to come back. Well, it's a bit different than what we used to have it, but yeah, I'm very excited for actually having to spend a few more seconds landing than just slamming our ships down and stuff like that. I like that in Starfield. Starfield had that, like, you see the cinematic, obviously it's automated, it's on rails, it's just a cutscene basically. But I love when you come in with your ship to land in Starfield and it slows down and then it's fucking huge amounts of energy to slow you right down as you come to a halt. That's one thing that I just don't get in the big ships in Star Citizen. And you get it in Elite Dangerous, you get it in Starfield, even No Man's Sky has this exhaust of fucking energy to slow us down, and it gives me chills when you see that. And it's just very basic, you know, it's just for landing. But it's just like when we land, it's like you got a fucking fire extinguisher and you're just doing that. It's so dull. It's so boring. When you bring an 890 in, it's just like it's a fucking UFO. Something dies inside me when I see a Carrack nosediving. I know, man. But the thing is, though, Bart, I had this conversation with Wikipedia that back in the day, in Star Citizen, when we came through Daymar, as you were coming through the atmosphere or space into atmosphere, you had to put your nose up on a reclaimer in VTOL mode to slow yourself down, and if you didn't do it this way, you just fucking smashed into the ground. Now you fucking do this in a reclaimer, and about fucking 50 feet off the deck, you just do that. That's fucking shit. It means that flying a big ship, even a fucking potato can do. And I like the idea that you had to bring it in slowly and be like, right guys, if I do it this way, we save 10 minutes of our time. If I do it incorrectly, we're fucked, you know? Yeah, I like the shaking. Yeah, I would be completely fine with that. But we do know that CIG are going to do something different with Nav and SCM. So it's not going to be how we have it right now. CIG have already said Chris Roberts wants something different. So they'll be working on that. It's still going to be a toggle. But yeah, I want it to violently be like, if you're coming out of speed, it's like, you know? Instead of it just being like, all right, cool. I've come out of warp, right? Or come out of nav. Oh, Elite Dangerous has really cool stuff. A lot of this stuff that we're seeing in this video has like a take on Elite Dangerous. All the pip system, you get this in No Man's... Oh, I don't think you get in No Man's Sky. You get in Starfield, Elite Dangerous. We've had this for years, this way. And it's nice that CIG have got rid of this fucking triangle. Nothing... Like, the triangle just pisses me off. It's so shit. And especially when you see like a content creator, 30 or like 50% to shields, 50% to weapons. It's like, you fucking idiot. It's either 100% and nothing. Like, they don't even know how the fucking game works. They're like, oh, 50% that'll help me. It's like, no, it doesn't. Oh, 50% will make my weapons regen. No, it doesn't. It just gives you more shots. It doesn't actually help you with regen. It'll make my shields better. No, it doesn't. And this system will hopefully change that. Yeah, oh god, dude. I have watched so many content creators go into Arena Commander and they're just 100% to weapons and they get fucking curb stomped and they're like, why did I die so fast? Why is this person tanking? It's like, yeah, because they're 100% to fucking shields and you've got 0 defense. And you think your extra 2 or 3 shots are gonna fucking help you, like. You're just a triangle sweat lord? No, it's just a stupid system, Pox. Because right now it's either 0 or 100%. In between doesn't do anything. So if they go over to an actual pip system, hopefully it will actually work. Instead of it having to be forced to do 100% like the triangle, hopefully if I do 50% here, I will actually get a benefit. That's if CIG have actually changed it, but most likely this is just a camouflage for now. Do you not like the flux capacitor triangle? No, I don't. I really don't.
Pilot seat, so you can do the full assignments as you like them, if you're flying solo.
I can't wait to fight somebody that does this. They'll start pressing the buttons whilst dogfighting. You know? She'll be like, how is this guy managing the power so fast? Like, boopity boopity boop, why am I not turning around? It'd be great.
This is also where you will see your emissions. So if you're doing anything
it was fully
stealthy,
implemented, yeah,
you go into power management.
Again, when you look at games like Elite Dangerous, Starfield, even the space Star Wars game that came out that's flopped so hard, the one that fucking Mythologist was simping because he got paid to simp it, you know? Outlaws, that's it. Yeah, the last of, like, have you seen how much money Ubisoft has lost within the last 2 years with their shit games? Like, it's just funny. All the content creators, oh yeah, this game is great. Fucking buy it. It's the shittest garbage I've ever seen. Yeah, their stocks are tanking hard. I wouldn't be an investor. It's fucking crazy. Oh, dude, if Assassin's... Right, so they're like, Assassin's Creed, this is the best Assassin's Creed we've made in the past 5 years. It's better than, like, Origins and stuff. I'm like... You should not be fucking saying this shit right now. You should be like, it's an okay game, guys. It's a semi-decent okay game. Please play it if you would like. But it's not a quadruple fucking A video game, yeah. Oh, dude, I can't stand Ubisoft. I would love to see them fall, personally. And that the teams be splitted up and do other things, you know? Yeah, but again, it's the studio head that dictates certain things. You can't blame a dev for doing their job. You blame whoever is, like, directing it and publishing it and all that shit. And then you see the fucking price. Yeah. It's crazy, man. Like, for me, I've not bought... I'm a big fan of Assassin's Creed. and I haven't bought one since the Roman one, because I was like, this is just fucking garbage. Black Flag was the last good one. Rehire the ones that made Black Flag and make Black Flag 2? No, because it would just be shit, dude. Oh, I know. Like if Ubisoft was to disappear, I'd be happy. Again, let the teams go off and do other things, right? I'm pretty sure there's a lot of really qualified devs that could do other cool things in their lifetime. But just please let that company just fucking die. It's the same thing as you'll see with Grand Theft Auto 6, by the way, is it's going to be an absolute pile of shit. Because the devs that did 4 and 5 no longer work at Rockstar. You know? And people are going to build themselves up for the expectation of Grand Theft Auto 6, and they're going to get a fucking reality check when it's not the people that used to make these games working on it. You'll see that. That's going to be a hard flop as well. People, well, it'll make a lot of money, but it'll also be a pile of shit. It'll take like a year later, like they did with Cyberpunk, to make it good. Like, for me, I'm not even going to touch that with a barge pole. I got no interest in Grand Theft Auto at all. GTA 6 is going to be GTA 5 with updated graphics. Yeah, but again, what we're talking about is the people that built GTA 5 no longer work at Rockstar. So it's just going to be, yeah, it's not going to be what people have in their heads. They're like, oh, Grand Theft Auto 5 was a masterpiece? Yeah, well, the people that made it masterpiece no longer work at the company. So now you've got the fucking kids of them working on it with their fucking crazy ideas. Like, it's, we go through the same thing as we had it with Mass Effect, right? Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, pretty decent games, right? Mass Effect Andromeda. That's what happens when you don't get the same team that you did on the games that you fell in love with. That's what happens when the shitters come in and fucking take over the company. So what you're saying is we need to be younger? No, you need to go into Grand Theft Auto 6 with the idea that it's going to be nothing as good as Grand Theft Auto 5. That's what you have to... When you play a game like that, is you can't go, oh, it's Rockstar. It's the guy, like, it's the same people that did GTA 5. It's not. It's completely different people. You have to go in with the idea that it's a brand new team, brand new game. But most people are like, oh my god, this is going to be so much better. And it's just going to be like, no, it's going to be so much shitter. Because that's how companies are building games these days. I bet Grand Theft Auto 6 won't have... Yeah, but you've got fucking Big Buddha twerking on top of cars, Pox. What more than you need? There'll be a racetrack where you've got to get the most fucking twerks from the Big Boomta around a corner and stuff like that. That will be your race mode. Great. Can't wait. The more she farts, the faster she got. I would expect something like that from, what was it called? What's the Grand Theft Auto game that's the piss take of Grand Theft Auto? Not Streets of Rage. Saints Row, that's it. Yeah. That's something I would expect from that game. Is where they'll make a game just like Grand Theft Auto 6, and you'll fucking have somebody twerking on the car, and to make the car go faster, is you'll have somebody ignite her fucking ass, or something like that. That's where it'll end up, chat. Oh my god. To be fair, I did enjoy a few of those games running around with like a giant fucking dildo and just beating things up. It was pretty funny. That's like a really goofy genre game. Anyway, again, like, it's the thing with companies these days. The Ubisoft of the past that made really good games is not the Ubisoft of today. Same with the BioWare, right? EA and stuff like that. Just all these companies are just shitters now. And you've got to be very careful in what you spend. Like, I generally don't buy brand new games these days, unless I know it's coming from a really good company. Blizzard, Bungie, yeah, exactly. And the cool thing, that's the great thing about Space Marine, from Space Marine 2 to Space Marine 1, is that it's just the same fucking game, just updated graphics, but they didn't change the formula. They made a good story, got the job done, and it's worth the money. Same with Titanfall 2. You can buy Titanfall 2 back in the day, you could buy it just for the really good campaign. Fuck the multiplayer side of it. You know?
Set your settings to low and you will see your emissions adjust.
I might actually after this go and play Space Marine 2 because with them not having the fucking server meshing stuff on for us Euros, it's kind of like, yeah, I'm a bit disappointed with that, to be fair.
You can turn on and off different systems in the ship. You can apply different levels of power to each system.
Yeah, because Titanfall 1 didn't have a campaign. So when you got Titanfall 2 and you got that campaign, I was blown away. Really good campaign for the money.
Your total output.
They will do EU soon? I hope so, because again, it's so unfair that they put it on at a time where most of us EUs who are working have to go to fucking bed or watch, like, again, no offense to Burks, but have to watch Burks in fucking bed to see how it's going. Because I've got stuff to do, and then when you come in, they're like, oh, we're gonna possibly run it for 24 hours, and there again, it's like, it's not running.
And you
boot up for us EU, you fucking selfish American cunts. And I say that with the kindness in my heart.
You can also see different status readouts for those systems. So if something has run out of power or it's offline, it will also represent that on the
because it's not
MFD.
fair.
Engines off.
Along with that is the diagnostics view.
The diagnostics view is where you go to check in on your ship. If something's not feeling right,
I want Warhammer to make a 40k game that's like Silica and Mosaic. The thing is though, is you've got it's not so much Warhammer doing that. Most Warhammer games are absolute shit because they fucking throw the IP out like it's candy. What we want is the people that do Space Marine, what are they called? Begins with a fucking E. Whatever. That company to do the game. So it's not so much Warhammer. We want them to actually build something like that. Because they seem to get the job done every time. But if you give it to all the other plonker fucking studios, you end up something like Dawn of War 3. You know? When we had Dawn of War 1, which was really good, Dawn of War 2 was a bit more like, and then Dawn of War 3 was just an absolute shit show with MOBA fucking controls, you know? Look, it's fire on metal! Shh, demon. It's a video game, okay? Calm down. Yeah. Again, it just seems to be that everyone fucks up a 40k fucking video game. And I don't think any of the other teams want to actually do stuff.
Check diagnostics.
It will show you the wear that component has taken, as well as its current health and its status, whether it has any errors. And there'll be a summary at the top of the screen that shows you how many of your components have errors. And last, what I'm really excited about is the configuration screen. It takes a lot of the settings that were hidden away in the options menu or just in the back end and puts them right there for you to toggle in-world on your MFD.
Again, this is... I don't know how many times I've said this in like the 2 days of watching this. It's just so clean. It just is so more understandable for new players and old players to memorize it and stuff. It's just really good.
MFD screen
Radar
instantly.
Needs work.
The configuration view is great. You can now turn off unwanted UI if you really wish to. You can.
No, I think the font is fine. Fucking scrolling? Dude, I ain't going back to fucking can barely read it, and you got to fucking hold F and zoom in. No, thank you.
You can turn off the cast, which is my favorite part. If you have screens on the top left and top right of your screen, then you can turn off
Molotovs and SC. I would like Molotovs, but I would rather have like Thermite and stuff.
UI a little bit.
So this configuration screen allows you to configure a few aspects of some different MFD states, as well as what goes on your HUD and how that looks.
You can finally control what goes on our HUD.
If the fucking, look at this way, 90s, if the text is too big for you, sit your chair 3 times further back and play the game, all right?
We can finally control what goes on our HUD, yeah.
Then it'll make sense.
So let's talk about the HUD. Using the configuration screen, you can choose whether or not you're showing your MFD casts.
I don't think the UI is friendly to control users or flight sticks. What? Like, how isn't that friendly to flight? Like, people using controller and joysticks. What, you want to fucking... What? When you're flying an F-22... You do know that they take their hands off the joysticks to press buttons on MFD. They don't use the joystick to fucking move a mouse, right? You've got to understand that the mouse is an extension of like what you're imagining your hand to be. But you also do know that we're going to get it down to where you can look in a direction and press these buttons with a button on your joystick, right? Because they showed you that at CitizenCon. CFG menu is? CFG? Or CIG menu is? What do you mean? It's like CIG logic. We got HUD. It is too much. Buy a new monitor that are bigger. Again, guys, I think you gotta remember that they're zoomed in right now. You can change your fucking distance in which you're... What's it called again? The FOV. I want to edit my ship on the fly, but see real world, they don't have a single finger. Right. I don't need a bigger screen, then what you moaning about then, dude?
So let's talk about the HUD. Using the configuration screen, you can choose whether or not you're showing your MFD casts, which are simplified and more tactile versions of the self-status and target state.
There's no need for having any other system than pressing F on these things. You've got to remember that eventually down the line, you will be able to move your head and activate things as they showed at CitizenCon, where everything will be... You've already got it right now, where you can move your head around and press F, by the way. I can literally touch things in my dash with my head tracking. So eventually down the line, if CIG are smart, you might be able to make it where if you look at these things and then press a button, you can change these on the fly.
Data screen.
Functionality-wise, it's stuff you know already. You have your velocity, you have your afterburner, you have your...
Yeah, but you know you can disable that, by the way. There's an option in the menu daemon to make the F disappear, the big prompt up to disappear. That's your choice to do that.
Annunciators, and you have different indicators.
They show critical information when you can't look at your dashboard in front of you. So if you're in a fighter and you're looking up in the sky, you
can disable. Well, again, that would be where you would state is that instead of it being where it's not working for joystick users, which it does, is that it would be nice to have more accessibility options like disable, right?
You can still see that, as well as allowing you to still see that information.
Again, it's the way you word things in life. We're not wanting, like, it doesn't cause anybody with joystick or controllers any grief to do these things. We just need it where we can maybe change it up to personal take. Yeah, well, that's because it's still a very janky system.
We've decided to clear up all of the nonsense we have in the middle and kind of make it out of the way of the middle of the screen. So
what took so long, Joe?
I'm sorry, it wasn't.
There's a setting to hide and there's an option to highlight interactions. Yeah.
We've also done a little bit of work making.
But what Demon is wanting is a full disable, where that. You can't even interact with the things inside the UI. you know?
The radar
that's just because the current system's not on the new
system
system
look
yet.
like it actually exists
It's
in the
like a half
cockpit
and half
with
baked
grounding
in right
effects
now.
and emission rate origin points as well.
It all
you can
just
even see in this
feels so
video
much
that
better.
it still
feels
has some issues.
Real. So with this new ship and vehicle HUD,
but also the issue only pops up when you're in warp for some reason. It doesn't have that effect when you're flying around.
A clearer experience overall. It's going to be clearer in the sense that you don't have stuff in your face all the time. It's going to be clearer in the sense that you can actually read the UI.
The thing is, like, we will not get accessibility in this game until near the end. You just don't ever add it in, which is a bit of a problem because obviously Star Citizen is open for people to play who have backed the game. And then obviously we have colorblind issues and all these other things. But yeah, I mean, CIG have always said we will be adding in accessibility. It's just when will they actually?
Very happy with it. It's gonna be such a.
Yeah, look how clean that is. That is so much better, even for a fucking Hercules. Just makes it a breath of fresh air. Instead of all this shit here, you just got the ladder. So if you're in space, you wouldn't have this to begin with anyway. You just have the crosshair. It's just really nice. And you can look over and you can see these things, and hopefully it'll be interactive where, like, if somebody is to your other chair and they're doing stuff, you can just look over and be like, cool, I can see the same thing, you know? Keep in mind some of these shots are not in game engine, but render engine. It's hard to say if it's in their render engine system right now. Like, this is game. This is clear. This is game engine, not the render engine.
Out in space and be able to see space.
Because you still have the fucking tree issues that are on the go. This is in game. But you can see how as they're moving around, like 6 pops up here in the top corner, right?
Space, right?
Up here. So when he's looking up, see how the 6 appears there. This is something that needs to be, you need to be, like what Demon's asking is, this ability, not to hide it, but to disable it, right? To disable this feature 100%. Not just hide it, where it still interacts even if you can't see it, but to disable it.
So what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that the Zeus is the first ship made by the newly established Montreal vehicle team.
Boring until we get these new things.
That the MFD rework is an exciting and easily usable and customizable upgrade to what we've had before. And that it plugs nicely into the upcoming resource network and engineering.
Chat, I just don't want to play Star Citizen anymore. I want 24.2. Would be cool if we had manuals like, shut the fuck up. No. Dude, Seiko, I don't want to see a fucking video on YouTube of where somebody who wants the game to be hardcore but also doesn't want to read a fucking 500-page manual, right? For startup. No. Ugh. Doggo time touch grass? That'll be later on. I need to get a beard shave, chat. I've been letting it grow a little bit to get a bit of range in for CitizenCon, but I think it's time to get a trim up. I don't even have any mead. I need to get some mead, chat. I've got Henkin coming to visit a few days before CitizenCon. I need to get some booze. 100% mead, yeah. Mead is life! It is, yeah. I can't wait for CitizenCon. It's gonna be a lot of meeting. But yeah, Tuesday we've got the pirate stuff. Man, just look at this. So good, like. Oh. Why do we have to wait? Why do we have to wait, chat? Oh yeah, that's the render. Yeah, again, that's them using their render system, yeah. That's always obvious. It's the same when you see the fucking Benny Hills or the Benny thing fly past the ship. You're like, that's not in-game. That's in their render system. Whenever they're doing their cool videos, that's with the render shit, because their characters can do more animations than ours, because it's just wire mesh done. Or wire move mesh, the same. I'm deflated. Deflated whilst having to wait. You know, 5 more weeks until SeasonCon? Yeah. I don't think we'll see 4.0 before SeasonCon. I think it's going to be afterwards. I'm at the point now where I think we'll just get 3.24.2 before SeasonCon and then 4.0 afterwards, right? Well, we'll get PTU this year, I think, and then we'll get live next year. I'm actually hoping for live to be next year. Did you see the Bolt CIG? Who thanks to all who were participating last night? Tech preview, reviewing the data today and have good ops in sight. More on this one soon. Probably testing next week, trying to keep our efforts. Fuck yeah, awesome. Again, I really don't want 4.0 to go live this year. I know that will piss off a lot of people, but I don't. I want this year to be, you dial that shit in and make it go live next year with a wipe, and the fucking Polaris is out, the Zeus is out, the MFDs are out, and it just fucking works. So that the start of next year is on good terms. That's what I want to see from CIG. I don't want them pushing out live. If possible, obviously. The desync on the tech pre was pretty crazy. Well, again, they did try to push up to 1,000 players, chat, you know? That's pretty impressive for the time being. Obviously, we want it to be good, right? But yeah, 1,000 players is still 1,000 players. Yeah, I really want 4.0 to be like, it just feels juice. Talking with Cutler yesterday, he wants meshing tests per week until 4.0. I think that would be a great idea, Zach. Yeah, but it's the same thing with Flight. I really wish CIG could put Flight out in Arena Commander every week with different changes, but apparently it doesn't work for them to do it that way. Kind of sad, but that's what I would like. I would love for the Flight model to be tweaked constantly, but they don't have time to do it that way. It doesn't work with their schedule, so you have to wait every 6 months for Flight changes, sadly. 1,000 players is only impressive if it works. Well, it did work. It was just desync and lag that was the issue. The Linkin Park one. I've not played Medal of Honor. Need to focus on development. Well, again, with server meshing, we can do a test every week, right? Because it's then the engineers tweaking things and doing stuff. The Flight stuff not being able to do weekly, I understand with Yogi's logic. That it would take too much time away from things, you know? And I would rather just focus on 1.0 than worrying about the issues we have right now. Takes more than a week to recode all the network stuff. They've already rewritten the net code. Now they're tweaking. Yeah. I definitely would like to see them do a test every week. It'd be fucking sick. Plus, in the Euro time zone, please, CIG. So some of us could actually get to test it. Server meshing is simulated on a personal network, not the main AWS. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Again, there's a lot of things that... What the test yesterday was is not how it's going to be in 4.0, by the way. They're just pushing boundaries to find out where the right setting to be before they release it. You know? It's the same as when you're on PTU and it feels better than live. It's because there's not many people testing PTU. That's why PTU always feels so good, and it's a placebo effect. Yeah, I'm not watching SCL Live. What's the topic about with SCL Live? Is cargo? Yeah, no thanks. I only want to know is when we're getting the ability to launch vehicles, land vehicles inside the hangar instead of having to use the main link. That's the only thing I care about those cargo lifts right now. Yeah, exactly. I'll wait for the Nubifier video as well. It's so much easier. It's about that tweaking women and farting go fast. So. Again, I think the cargo system's really cool, but also at the same time, it's like, I don't really like these persistent hangars until it works flawlessly. I wish I could just launch from a normal hangar instead of waiting for this stupid shit to go through, but yeah, everything's different, right? But no, I'll wait for videos for that kind of stuff. Again, I don't know how long I'll be on for today. Because it's either that or I'll jump into some Space Marine. Which actually might be kind of cool. Do I want to play this or Space Marine? What would you guys prefer? Space Marine or a bit of memeing around? We prefer the large, extra large stuff to... Dude, I know. I would also just like the ability to spawn a fucking small hangar, you know? How does it feel? We're not on the server testing, if that's what you asked. They shut it down. That's why I've got a question mark in my title. Like, how was it, you know? Yeah, but you can't really... If I go fucking low-flying Swedish, you can't really... You know what I mean? No fun to boxy watch. No, I wasn't, Aaron, because again, it was like American time zone on American server, and I had things to do. And it's just... Yeah, unfortunately, they're never fair where they let EU have a chance at things. I'm like a pro pilot. Yeah, pro pilot. Yeah, they didn't play it for like 24, which kind of sucked. Then get up early too and run it for the EU. Start one at 9 o'clock. You know what I mean? Get up, you fucking lazy bones, and run it again. And it feels so lacking. Are you playing on the hardest difficulty, Nutali? Oh yeah, extreme low flying, yeah. Heresy. That have gifted free subs to random people. Nice. Thanks, Nib.
Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
You know I've had fun, you going around like, yeah, again, guys. It's like a stress test of things, you know? The thing I think is lacking with Space Marine, like, multiplayer operations space game, bro, is... It's the same 6 missions, no matter what difficulty you do it on, right? And even though it randomizes the mobs in it, you still know what you're going to do at the end. And I think that's the biggest issue of it. I think Space Marine 2 co-op is going to be really fun when they add in Horde mode. Horde mode I think is going to be amazing. Can I play as a female in Space Marine? You can. There are females, but they're not the, are they the Astarte? No. Or, I can't remember what they're called. Yeah. If you tuck your fucking cock in between your legs, you can replay any fucking gender you want. Battle Sisters, that's a, yeah. That would help if I had a cock to duck. Well, then you're already there, then, demon.
Last call for passengers. The shuttle.
You're already there. Yeah, I can't remember what they're called. Like, obviously they're Battle Sisters, but they are also... There's a name for the ginormous women in Space Marine. Yeah, Custodes. Yeah, so Astartes is the male version and Custodes is the female version. Or it's the other way around, I can't remember. And they are fucking... They are also the voice of the Emperor as well. So, like, if one of them tells you you've got to fucking do something, you've got to actually respect it because they're literally direct line to the Emperor. But there's not many of them, if I remember correctly. The Sortars are all female, yeah. But yeah, there are big women in 40K. Sisters of Silence are the only females. Right. Again, like, 40K lore, there's too much. I really love everything that I find out about it, but it's too much. You know what I mean? Like, you have to be seriously passionate about that kind of stuff. I just learned Space Marines can't have women, so wonder they're all angry. Yeah, because Space Marines are humans that have been modified. And not, it's like, what, 1 in every 100 person can go through the operation, 1 in 1,000 actually survive, or something like that. Like a Spartan, yeah. Because then gene seed is used on their organs and... It's fucking crazy technical. Yeah, loads of diet. It's the same thing as when you get fucked up as an Astarte, but you're just enough of a brain and a bit of your gene seed organs, you can be turned into a dreadnought, and that can take weeks of augmentation without any anesthesia and stuff like that. Getting turned into a dread is... it fucking sounds rough. But then you're like... noted as one of the most honorable within all the chapters and stuff like that. Like a dread is... really fucking like honorable and stuff like that. Also working for Deathwatch as well. Deathwatch is like if you get called, like when you get recommended for Deathwatch, it can take years to centuries to be called upon and stuff like that. Have you tried the car to all yet? Nah, I just don't like the car to all because it's just big and wasteful. You should start an OnlyFans. Oh, for Zarek. Alright, I see what you're doing. Man, I hope whatever show Cavill is cooking up is going to be amazing. Yeah, we'll see. We shall see. Yeah. I watch with these things, like, cause Henry Targaryen. Oh, there's so many things cursed with memes. Yeah, hopefully, we'll see. Again, I'm not holding my breath just now. Because, well, look at how Witcher went, right? Look how The Witcher went. I only like watching the incest on Game of Thrones, mums. The rest of it is like whatever. Dragons and incest, that's kind of the only reason I watch it. Nothing better than seeing uncle and niece fucking. Keep the bloodline pure, yeah. I think, like, for me with, like, House of Dragons, the dragon stuff is just really fucking cool to see. The rest of it is a fucking snore fest. But the next season should be a lot of dragon on dragon fights and stuff, so looking forward to it. I love it's not just sex in general, the incest. Yeah, it's a lot of whispering. Uncle whispering. This is the direction I never thought I'd see this chat going. Dude, you're inside TheDarkLaw's fucking channel. I literally have a title that says no filter. Or like a thing that says no filter, swear warning. You can never, it can never, like any day it can go weird. How did TheDarkLaw get banned again? I don't know. Lots of ways, I suppose. Incest is not a bannable thing when you're talking about Game of Thrones, guys. Sorry. That would be very biased of Twitch to ban me for talking about a program when we have people showing their hoo-has on fucking channels and stuff, right? Too early. Tarkov. There's one with him and Rogan. Ah, right. Break.
Of course. Please check with the terminals.
By Yogi. We'll do it that way. Oh, wait. Sorry. Sorry guys, check out some stuff. I was waiting for a sec. Ben who? Oh, we were just talking about Game of Thrones, House of Dragons, how I enjoy uncle and niece incense in the show. That's what we're talking about, Bart. I can't wait till we see how White Walkers were actually created. When a female and a male White Walker get busy in a baby White Walker. They took an ice shard. Oh, that'd be funny. Oh yeah, don't forget brother and sister. Yeah. It's not as cool as uncle and niece though. Also, there was no getting stuck in a doorway. I was kind of hoping for that one as well. No, uncle, I'm stuck in the doorway. Please don't come in. Oh, man. Oh, the fucking brain. Isn't that Vanilla Ice? That's very true, yeah. You watch too much porn? I'm proud of it. I'm proud of it. I got one life, I need to get as much data as possible. Most people just 3D print out the shell ships. Oh, you're talking about printing Star Citizen ships? I still need to get somebody to print me out 2 arrows that have like Darling rods to display stuff. I can't remember what they call them when you're in the briefing room and you got like 2 planes and you do that shit. I need them built. Dude, porn is not inspired right now. You need to start branching out to like clown and circus porn. That's where it gets really crazy. Visible disc. I fucking love when they're orgasming and they get the clown horn and they go eat eat. It's fucking great. ATC training in 1989. We walked around with planes on rods. Yeah. That's what I'm wanting. To do, like, do things. DarkLaw is a true completionist. He completes every adult website. I wouldn't deny that, to be fair. Clown porn when cake parts aren't edgy enough. Yeah, yeah. Whoops. The giant squeaky shoes? Yeah, they throw me off as well. I really wanted to have a fucking test of server meshing and loafline, but guess we're not gonna get it. If CIG gave more than 24 hours notice, that would be helpful. Such chatty neighbors, that's why I live rural. I am fucking addicted to this song, by the way. Really, really addicted to it. Oh, dead. No afterburn on that one, sadly. It doesn't shift like the arrow does. So watch here, like, what I shouldn't have done is there, like, we get the spin, but I should have let it ride out, actually. Like here. Ride out now. But we hit the fucking... When you don't let go of afterburner, like, and you can't re-engage it afterwards. What do you focus on when low flying? It's not really much the TVI, if that's what you're asking. It's mainly, this is gonna sound super weird, actually the beat of the song. And that's me being honest. When I'm low flying, I'm listening to the beat of the song more than anything else. I also remove the pip. See, I don't ever, like, for me, I just don't understand why people remove the pip. It doesn't actually make you more skillful. The pip, or sorry, the TVI literally allows you to fucking plan out route, you know? The pip makes me crash? For me, it just literally allows me to have, like, future sight on where the ship's going to be. Would you be down to do low flying with viewers and show us? Sure. The problem is my style is if you can't keep up, you get fucking left behind. I don't like locking down speeds. And it's very difficult. Like, Smashly is like a prime example of who can low fly really fast, really low. But also gets, the moment I fucking jam, that's it. If it's unlimited off, you won't keep up. Which means that I've got to force myself down to lock speed. And in that state, you just can't do the same shit that you see me doing right now. Yeah, I mean, like, you don't need... The TVI is not there to, like, keep your height. As a lot of people fucking do. They're like, oh, I turn the TVI off because I want to get as low as I can. That TVI doesn't help you go low. It tells you how to take corners at speed. Low, not slow is hard to do in group. Low, not slow, what? What? Low, not slow is hard to do in a group. Yeah, that's, yeah. Most of the time, yeah. When people are leading in front, like, we can get up to cool shit. The thing is, though, is it is a bit of a curse. If you try to follow me, you're going to die because you won't be able to fly as low, and you'll try and then crash. And if I follow behind you, it's like a fucking shroud of evil behind you, and you automatically die for whatever reason. It's so weird. Like, I generally have never found somebody that can fly like me and not die to the curse. Nobody's been able to achieve it. That's why I just fly alone. Because, no joke, if you fly with me, you'll just die. For no reason. It's so sad. And the thing is, because of how low I fly, you can't do any tricks around me. Because there's no space. Because even if I go slower, it just means I go lower. It's horrible to destroy souls. Again, Smashly has been the only person that's been able to keep up with me and not die, but still dies from some sort of weird pressure of flying with TheDarkLaw. Like, it's a fucking curse, you know? That's why you always ever just see me flying low, because anybody that flies with me, even if they're really good, just dies. That's why I really wish there was a low-flying map in Arena Commander, because that would be the best way for somebody to learn to keep up with me. Because if we had a Daymar map like 100 kilometers circled, we can just go round in a fucking circle, and if you die, you respawn. You're within range, you know? The problem is in the PU is that if you die, you don't learn anything. A lot of people give this really bad thing. They're like, oh yeah, the more I die, the more I'm learning. It's like, no, if you're spending 10 minutes to get to a location and you die within 2 minutes, you've learned fuck all. If you don't die after like 15 minutes to 20 minutes, you're learning. You can low fly on green between the trees, yeah, but again, it's the FPS is so shit though. Do you remember the skin from Liquid Television on MTV where the racer dies by racing his own ghost? No, I've not seen that, but I've heard that where some racers get in the head that they're racing themselves and they don't see their opponents on the racetrack. They see themselves like they're chasing after their own ghost.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Please visit us.
And I think that's fucking cool, that whilst you're doing something that dangerous, you get into your head that you're chasing an entity that doesn't exist, you know? And it's no longer where you're racing people, you're racing this image that you have of yourself in your head, or how you see, or how other people see you as and stuff. That's why it's like I say, it's the TDL curse. When I'm following behind somebody, they just die even if they're really good, because it's like pressure in their head. Subconsciously, they don't want to fuck up, and the moment they relax, they just die. Yeah, but an 85X is never keeping up with a Peregrine pagan, you know? There's just no way to do it. While it's great for low flying, but the terrain is a bit boring, yeah. Daymar is always the best because it's the most challenging. And Hurston and Microtech, unfortunately CIG just can't fix fucking clipping and stuff for some reason. Oh, for learning, right. Well, again, if I'm teaching people how to low fly, you shouldn't ever fucking crash. We're talking about being able to keep up with me like what I'm doing right now. But yeah, I've always said this, I would love for somebody to just have the ability. Because it would be so fucking sick to be able to follow somebody, record it in 4K, and do drifting and shit like that, but yeah, people just die. That's why I just fly alone. It saves time. You won't be able to find anyone to try? Dude, I can tell you right now, nobody can keep up with me. It's not about trying, it's like, no, nobody can keep up with me. Yeah, again, this is where I keep saying a two-seater Arrow that has like Peregrine flight system would be fucking amazing. With the new UI coming as well for Anvil, oh god. Because two-seater would be great. If they're slightly elevated, then they can start learning how to do certain maneuvers, but also record, right? So I could put an alt, I could have it where like I see my screen like this, and on the stream it would be where you see it in third person. Because they're inside the ship, it would be so cool. But yeah, the 85X is just a pain because they see, you know. Oh, dude, racing anvil, 2-seater, no weapons, no ordnance, just, and it's able to fly like this Peregrine. Like, I would be, oh God, that would be so good. Spawn bigger ships in the wild when base building comes. We'll see. It's the same thing as that CIG scrapped the idea of spawning ships in an Idris, right? It was always going to be where there was like 3 terminals in an Idris to spawn different fighters, but they scrapped that idea, so... But yeah, an arrow... See, the thing is though, after flying this motherfucker, the arrow is so boring for me in the current system. Just because it doesn't have the huge amount of afterburner. If this was on an like an arrow platform, it'd be amazing. Remember the airlocks for space stations? Yeah, I know. What was the reason for scrapping it? Because they didn't want it where you could spawn like 20 ships on a fucking Idris. If you think about it. Somebody who owns the Idris buys 15 Gladius, fits them out, and then you've got boom, you know what I mean? In Whitley's Guide, same thing about IEF8 is a 2-seater. Yeah, because also there's a Titan that was a 2-seater as a training ship. And I was, again, like, we really need trainers in this game. And an arrow is just like, an arrow or Gladius would be a perfect trainer. But, again, to like, do certain things, right? So make a racing arrow 2-seater, so it can also race, it can do training, and it would be great for low flying because it's got the speed. Take the weapons off it so you can make it crazy, and there you go. You got a 2-seater trainer that can be used for racing and low flying. 2 communities fucking joined together by 1 ship. And then just sell some really cool fucking skins like Thunderbird arrow skin and Red arrow skin for the UK and stuff. Maybe some racing teams skins, you know, just do a different variation of it or something like that, right? Yeah, but they just went with it where if it sits, it fits, right? And I think that's the best way to do capital ships. It's already bad enough that you can make it where you can respawn in like a fucking Connie now. Because of the Ursa Rover bullshit. The last thing we need is where people can just constantly spawn ships and send them out. And you can't kill the Idris because it's deep space or whatever. We don't need that gameplay. But yeah, when I'm low flying, obviously the TVI is where like I see where I'm future going. So it allows me to like shift the weight around knowing that I'm not going to collide with anything. But generally I just use my ladder. Or like, for example here right now, the easiest way is, I could do this actually for you. Does this run if it's minimized? Oh, it does, yeah. Right. Does that... Yeah, you can see that, right? So there you go. There's my eyes, right? This is actually very off-putting, though. However, for some reason... Oh, it's highlighted over it. Yeah, so if I actually bring into the game, I can't, right? Alright, we've got no sound whilst we do this, because I don't have the other system, like, lined up, right? Which is annoying, because I can't hear my fucking afterburner. Hey, Nixie. I'll definitely need to get the other things set up so we can have sound on. Where also I don't see it as well. Where you would only see it, basically. That we will be able to log in and out of Hangar? Really? For when? You guys are tracking the TVI a lot? Of course, dude. I want to know where I'm fucking going. That's what I mean. Like, people that disable the TVI for some reason, it's a waste of fucking time. Like, you want to know where your ship is going. Turning off is not a skill. There's a Twitch interaction. Yeah. Well, you see a lot in my flying. You'll see where I'm scanning the horizon for places to go. Oh, I know I'm watching it, Roadrunner. I know I'm watching it. But that's because, again, there's a reason why I don't just keep fucking crashing like other low flyers or exploding. Is because I've planned everything I've done before I do it. So taking away a TVI just takes away a tool where it tells you where you're gonna be and doing what. So when people are like, oh, I take off the TVI because it makes it harder, it's like, yeah, but it also makes you sound like an idiot. Imagine turning off a safety thing. It's like going into a car and turning off your brake. Yeah, it's going to be harder, but also it makes it fucking worse. Like, again, a lot of the times where, like, say for example here, I'm not even looking at where the TVI is because I'm like, right, I'm going to be pulling around. Now I'm watching the TVI as it comes in. But also now, even though it's not there, I'm not watching the TVI, I'm looking around this corner, but I'm also making sure that in my peripheral view, the TVI is there. So when we go here, it's like, right, cool, we got a lineup. Now we can hard it. Because I know where we're going to be going. Yeah, going on a night drive without headlights as well. It always, like, for me, whenever somebody says that shit, oh, I turn this safety feature off in my ship because it makes it harder, I'm also like, yeah, clown. I want to see you do that in your fucking car and shit like that. The TVI is just to help you to know where your ship is going. Maybe you would crash less if you actually knew where it was going, instead of being a fucking Jedi wannabe. Oh, I can see where my ship is going before it even happens. Yeah, that's called a TVI. But that's why you want to have it though, Demon. You want to know where it is. Let me fucking see if I've got the other thing that I can get installed quickly. What's it called again? It's not the game hub. I would need to maybe, yeah, I need to actually get a different thing for it. It's Toby Ghost or something, right? I wonder what happens if TDL flies without the TVI? Probably not a lot, I just wouldn't be able to do the crazy shit that I do. Because again, like, turning off your TVI is literally turning off the ability to know where you're heading. There's no way you can predict that. So when I say to people, or they say to me, oh, it's a skill challenge, it's just, you're just making yourself sound like a fucking imbecile. Because there's no way if I turn my head over here, I can be like, oh yeah, I can totally predict where the fucking ship is going and stuff like that. It's like, no. It's just clown fucking attitude. Yeah, but you want to have it on. You want to tunnel vision onto it though, Shitty Ferret. Make it a tool. Extend your range. Like again, right now I've got the TVI going that way. I know that I'm gonna swing out to this hill here and swing out there, swing out to there. I'm literally not hyper focused on it, I'm just using it to get around corners fast. Because I see where it shifts, I can shift my attention to other things. So I'm still following it, but you don't need to look at it, just have it in your peripheral view. Like, you don't have to hyper focus onto it, just use it to navigate. And especially within this game, how slow it is in decouple mode, just basically use it as a guide of where your ship's going to be, and it allows you to predict more things in it. You're still going to have to do the flying yourself. But again, I'm barely looking at it just now. Yeah, I'm calling Shifty Shitty. Because that's what my brain saw first. It wasn't like trying to figure out it was Shifty. It was like, ah, yeah, Shitty Ferret, that is better. You know? They've already put in, because like you said, you're a terrible pilot, so I was like, alright, it's not even a real fucking Shifty Ferret. It's a shitty ferret at that stage. That's how my brain worked. But yeah, work with the TVI. Again, don't look at it hyper-focus. Just use it as like, if I hyper-focus it here, that's silly. I can look here, and you can have it in your peripheral view. Again, I'm not looking at it. It's just occasionally when we had the circle up. Again, I'll bring this thing up again for you guys, right? Where's it? The problem is I can't have sound whilst it's running. It sucks. So silly. So there, right? Now the problem is that the circle's so big that right now I'm not looking at the TVI, I'm looking at there, right? So you can see where my peripheral view does not change. But also, it's like a quick glance to see where it's going. We're looking this direction, right? So as we're flying here, but it's quickly there to see, and obviously we need to slow down because, again, we don't have sound. And whilst we're cruising, again, I've got it in between where the TVI is going to be going. See, I'm not actually looking at the TVI. Now I am, to quickly just double check my take. Now we're here, right? Check there just to make sure. Follow it a little bit. It's really fucking helpful for anyone flying around, where it's like, you know, also at this stage, whilst we're going here, quickly check it to make sure I'm lined up. There we go. Bit like that to see the opposite. So if you see there, I shifted over to looking at the opposite TVI so that whilst I'm flying in one direction, I can use the rear TVI to navigate the ship around corners. Hey Joe, how you doing? And again, as we're following it here, we want to follow the TVI at this point because we're literally trying to move the wings around. Very helpful for this stage. But again, we're focused on where we're going. We're not actually watching the TVI right now. It just so happens it's where we're focused on. Then when we're going to shift the weight here, we want to quickly look there. Slow her down because I see the TVI is going to hit the ground, which allows me to navigate around. But as you can see here, we're not watching TVI. We're actually watching the ground at this stage. Quickly glance to see the TVI. Watch the TVI there. You're looking in the round, looking for it. You don't need to always be hyper-focused on it, but taking it off removes the ability to pre-line up turns. And safely do it without crashing. Because again, I'm not looking at the TVI. I have it in my peripheral view. I'm watching where I'm actually going to be going. Because I know that the TVI is drifting out at this stage. AJ, how you doing? iPhone is head tracker? You can get like cheap trackers and stuff. But yeah, like I highly suggest people learn to fly with TVI. Because you will be able to do cooler shit than the fucking kids who turn off and crash. Because they prove nothing when they're doing that shit. You just need to use it as a, like, peripheral view. Just remember, you don't need to focus onto it, so wherever it goes, you look, right? You don't need that. You just need to go, right, I'm clear now, rotate. And you can see here, because I didn't change any thrust, we're still high. We can do another rotate in the same course, right? Because of TVI, I know I'm going to always be above the ground. But you can see I'm watching the ground as I'm doing things. Now we've got the TVI, glanced on it quickly. Now we can move here. As we do that, we quickly check on it, but we're going for this way, right? So now we bring the TVI to where we were looking. It's the same thing as here, check the TVI. Now I'm going to want to bring the TVI to here. See it coming in? And that's how we keep the corner. So only ever use it as just a thing to prevent you from crashing. Don't focus on it all the time. You want to be focusing here because this is where the body of the ship is moving. The nose is actually around this area, right? So if this thing passes a rock there, for example, the nose of the ship will pass the rock. See? Because I know for a fact that from the nose to this bit on the HUD doesn't extend out too much more. So we're watching this to keep it from the ground. We're not watching the TVI. It's just in the peripheral view. And this allows us to take corners at speed because we're focusing on making sure our body flies over. Because that's also where you're going to get your wings. If this passes the corner here, like that, we know that our wings are also going to get out. So these two little side bits of the Peregrine that I'm looking at are what you aim on with your crosshair. Obviously, the crosshair is a little circle, sadly. And again, now, because we're doing technical stuff, we've got the TVI in front of us because we're going fast forward. We're not drifting. Now we're drifting. TVI's gone off to the side. Still not checked it. TVI passes. We're cleared on that check there. We're going to go hard right. Still not watching the TVI, but TVI is now cleared. You're always wanting to sort of look to where you're wanting to go, using the TVI as a rough guidance that you're bringing the ship round in time. Because obviously the TVI will not pass our wings. That's what these little corners here of the ship will be for. Just the same when you're driving a car. Use it as basically, that's where I'm going, but that's where I want to go, right? This is where the ship's going, that's where I want to go. But if you don't have this, I don't know, like, say for example, I have it here. I now know that if I keep going this route, even though I look here, I'm going to crash into a wall, right? See? Still going to crash. Strafe up. Now I can fly over, right? Because the TVI has told me that I will clear. So long as I keep on that same heading and I don't adjust my controls, I know where the ship will be before the ship is there itself. I know I'm going to crash if I keep on this route. So as I rotate to go around the corner, I upstrafe to just glide it over the surface. Again, gliding it over the surface. Not even paying attention to where it's gone, because again, as I raise up my height, I can also see the rear TVI where I'm going to, where I've been. This one will show you where I'm going. This one shows you where I'm been. And it's the same as when you start going backwards, for example. This is where we've been. This one is where we're going. Really wish Toby would make this where it runs in minimize so I can actually use it. Because it's such a big bubble as well that it doesn't represent where my eyes are actually looking. It's just the general area. I don't think they'll fuck up IE, to be fair. Oh yeah, I can't change this because I'm like that. Again, so silly that I can't run this whilst in game. I'll get Ghost set up for you guys, so you can watch it whilst I can't see it, right? A 5-minute ad? I know, that juicy ad revenue. Juicy ad revenue. Hey, Novi. I have on random. So. No, I don't. Oh! Fucking wings, man. I swear, like, this ship will always be a fucking downside to it. Is Free 24-1 live soon? It's meant to be going out today from what people said. You can't park there? Yeah, I know. Which hopefully will mean that we'll get 0.2 soon. Dude, I would love for some of these smaller ships to have the same power, like. Man, absolutely falling in love with this woman's voice, like. It's just so gritty at times. Because again, like, look at this, right? Just look. It's so stupid. The size. So anything like in this range would be amazing. With the Peregrine's flight capability in any of these platforms, fucking dream, like imagine a fucking LX going at this speed. Whew. Yeah, even 100 iRacer would be nice, yeah. Yeah, we'll tune the M50, yeah.
Welcome to the ASOP. Please visit us again. Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Dude, an M50 like that without weapons, just so good. CIG should just remove the weapons from racing ships and make them where they all fly exactly like the Peregrine. Every single racing ship has the same tuning as the Peregrine, and then you have it in different fucking courses. That's it. The exact same movement, and then it's down to like size of race. So you have like your smaller tier, your big ship race, or whatever. It would be amazing. It'd be so much fun. Take all the weapons off, the Razors, the M50s, just give it that tuning. P72, take away the guns, give it that tuning. Just make it where it can do that speed in without nav mode. Ugh. It would be so lush. But CIG don't, sadly. They don't. They do not, sadly. It can do its snub jobs, dude. It's a racing fuck. The P72 is a racer. It's not meant to be a combatant fucking ship. You can leave the guns on the standard P52. Yeah, but it's not to protect the main ship, dude. Like, especially with how guns are just now, or weapon systems. Man, totally missed Chester, like. Hmm. Also, like Pyro, new MFDs. and get a group of Peregrines to go out and verse the solar flare. Oh, God. That's gonna be so good. That'll be a lot of fun. That will get me juicy. Juicy. Ride the flare or die? Oh, dude. Can't wait. Cutlet. We've not got many choices these days. Everyone's watching Inside Star Season. I actually don't think I'll be on tomorrow, guys, because yeah, I'm gonna do something a bit more productive. I'm gonna go and hopefully, if the weather, paint a fence. Hey Nixie, how's things? I think that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I'm gonna take tomorrow and obviously my normal day off on Sunday off. Be back on Monday. And because we've got Pirate on Tuesday, Pirate Week or whatever it is. I also need to remember to get the Toby ghost thing set up so you guys can follow my eyes if you want to, but it's not like a big thing. I think that's the plan, guys. Also, I got a real craving for a pizza. But we will have to do at least 100 push-ups before pizza. That's the rules, chat. 100 push-ups before pizza. Kebab pizza? We don't get kebab pizza here, sadly. Maybe I'll get that in... Oh, God. Something so satisfying about twisting your fucking joints. Yeah, I'll probably wait for Manchester for that. Anyway, yeah, we'll go to Space Cult again. Awesome, dude. I really just don't feel like raiding anyone else apart from streams that I actually enjoy myself. I know that sounds really shitty, but it's like, unless it's like Burks, Space Cutlet, Psy, Ark, Expat, you know, I really just don't like raiding other people now. I only like the streams I enjoy. But yeah, appreciate it, guys. Have a great weekend. All that good stuff. Appreciate your time, as always. And I will see you on Monday. Enjoy Cutlet stream. All that good stuff. And yeah, I've got some... Obviously, we've got the subathon at the end of the month coming up. I've ordered up some seriously sour treats to affect myself at the expense of you guys. Also, it's like, we might be doing something for charity as well, but it's not 100% confirmed yet, which is a bit weird. But anyway, appreciate it, guys. Have a good one. Thank you very much for this week. All the follows, all the raids, all the subs, all your time. Appreciate it. Have a good weekend. Stay safe. Have some fun. Walk around. All that good stuff. Take care. Enjoy Cutlet stream. Appreciate you as always, guys. Thank you. Glitch. Destroy Our Souls. Demon. Diffs. Thank you, guys. Mums. Might be playing some Space Marine 2 tonight. If anybody's down, it'll be on Discord. All that good stuff. Take care. Also, thank you on YouTube.